Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 London Chess Classic English Rapid Play. Zoe, Varney, and I are going to be commenting on, we don't know how many games yet, but at least the first game and probably some more. And we're on two channels at the moment. So we are on ECF Commentary and also on Horsey Chess on Twitch. So if you don't know Horsey Chess, it's a fantastic Twitch channel, and make sure you do follow it. And if you don't know ECF Commentary, follow that too. So we're going to start off by having a look at who's in the event. Zoe, it's a really exciting event, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm having issues getting my stream up. Yeah, it's really exciting. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so it's happening over 2 days, so today and tomorrow. And we've got, so it's a 10-player all play all. We've got 5 rounds today. We've got 4 rounds tomorrow. And we've got a real star-studded field here. So I'm just going to kind of scroll down this London Chess Classic page, and we've got Grandmaster Mickey Adams and Grandmaster Luke McShane. We've seen those in action very recently at the European Team Championship, but also they've been playing in the match England against the rest of the world, which has been happening at the London Chess Classic kind of earlier this week. But no rest for the wicked. They're back in action today. It must have finished, yesterday, Zoe?
I think it was 2 days ago.
2 days ago. So they've had a day off, and but they're back in action. So they were also playing in the Pro Biz. Anyway, they need no introduction. Everyone knows who they are. Very strong grandmasters. We've got GM Gawain Jones, who was also playing in the match UK Wrestled. Hi, Rock Troll. How are you doing? I was hoping you might be here because, of course, Rock Troll went to school with Amit Ghazi, so we have an Amit supporter, I think. Assuming you're an Amit supporter in the crowd. So Gawain, and he's currently, they're saying here, he and his wife Sue are currently living in Sheffield. Now that, and so Gawain playing in really good form at the moment. What do you think?
Yeah. I was saying to Natasha before the stream that I actually rate Gawain probably favourite at the moment. Given, I mean, it has been standard play he's been playing exceptionally well in, but both at the European Championships and at the England versus the rest of the world match, I would say, is probably the star performer from the England team and playing against some of the best players in the world. So I'm very, very excited to see what we get from him. Oh, hi, guys. Thank you. I got my antlers on. Yeah.
I'm going to, in the background, just going to set up so I can see your chat as well, Zoe. I've got all these different places where I can look for the different chats. While I'm doing that, so John Spielman is an absolute legend of English chess. He's Grandmaster, and he has also played in World Championship candidates semi-finals and reached number 4 in the world. So very experienced player, and he's got kind of his own unique style of chess as well. You can never quite know what to expect when John Spielman's playing. Very creative player. He now really likes his end games. I remember playing. He was doing. He was on our table for one of the London Chess Classic dinners, and he said, "You guys just play whatever moves you like in the opening middle game." Then it got to the ending, and he was very excited about every single move. So, yeah.
That's good. Nick's rooting for Danny, but if not him, then McShane. Yeah, I suspect in my chat I'll have quite a lot of people rooting for Danny.
Yes.
Danny, actually, I think Danny played John in the 4NCL a couple of weeks ago and just got a quick draw. I believe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think so.
Yeah. And then we come on to Ravi Harrier, who is England's most recent Grandmaster. So he's had an absolutely amazing summer of chess.
Yeah.
And he got 2 gem noms, didn't he? Or if I'm remembering right.
And he got the rating as well.
He got the rating at the Europeans, so he was playing in a couple of all-play-alls and then the Europeans.
Oh, also there was the World Cup.
Yes.
He had a great result in that as well.
Didn't he? He was... Who did he beat? I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah, it says on the page, Vadim Zvigintsev. I cannot pronounce it at all for the life of me. But a Russian grandmaster who was significantly higher rated than him. And then, so Ravi was born in 99, so he's like the same age as me, which is scary. But I think
he's been working. He's written a book as well, hasn't he? I think, and he's been working really hard on chess. So, and it's really showing. Then we've got Amit Ghazi. I am Amit Ghazi, and actually Amit, as well as being massively strong in classical, is very good blitz player. And he always play. I don't know. I've seen him play so many like King's Indian attacks and just bash out the moves and just wins really, especially even the faster than this. But blitz, he's awesome player. Have they started playing?
Probably. I was just going to allow them to play some moves and go through. But Amit is known for being rapid play and blitz specialist, so he's another one to watch.
Yeah, and then Danny, take it away on Danny, Zoe.
I mean, what can we say about Danny? He's a good friend of mine. Obviously, appears on my stream quite a lot. Bit controversial, some of the stuff he says, but he is obviously a very strong, well-established grandmaster. And some of the stuff he's coming up with, an analysis on stream, is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
He drew with Stockfish a few weeks ago in some game. He was playing game against Stockfish, managed to get a draw with Stockfish. So he's been using the computer a lot for his training. So this is going to be really interesting, I think, if he performs well. Could be a good advertisement for training with a computer.
Yeah.
Because that's basically all of his training.
He's been working really hard, hasn't he, for this tournament?
Yeah, he really wants to make it serious. Yeah, if you look on his back, it says former English Rapid Play champion. So 2017, because I couldn't find the official results. And he's won the British Rapid Play 2006 as well. So he's won some high-level Rapid Play tournaments in this country before.
Yep.
And he wants to make it another one.
Excellent.
But
good luck.
Very tough field, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. And and Marcus Harvey, another very talented young player, has been getting.
Marcus went to the school I was at one point.
Did he? I didn't realize.
The school I was at in year 7 and 8, which was just like a local state school to us because he lived like 5 minutes from me. So he was at the same school as me. Yeah.
Oh, very good. And we have Lawrence Trent, who I think he's a last-minute sub. Is he, Zoe?
I believe so. Or maybe Andy Horton is. I know at least one of them's a sub for Nick Pert, who had to pull out, sadly, due to COVID.
Yes. Okay. And I know Lawrence Trent, he's been saying on Twitter that he's going to become a grandmaster, so let's see. You can't get norms here just because it's of the time control, but he'll be up against a tough grandmaster field here. So let's see how he does. A very, very popular commentator is Lawrence Trent.
Yeah.
And Andy Horton, another younger player, born in 1998, and an international master and former British under-21 champion. Okay, so shall we have a look at some of the games? Oh, let's see well, first of all, let's see who's playing who.
Oh, you want the pairings for each round?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do that. This one.
It messes up my cameras when you start sharing the screen.
Your camera there. you have to do this. We haven't tried this joint one before. Okay, and so in this round, what we've got is Marcus Harvey against Amit Ghazi. We're going to have, as we pointed out, we're going to have huge clashes every single round because of the field.
Yeah, it's worth just pointing out that the way they've done the seeding, it's not based on rating order. I believe it was randomized based on some of the juniors that were playing with the schools, because obviously this is all sponsored by Chess and Schools and Communities. So they picked names out of hats or played games to decide the order or something. So it's not seeding by rating, which means that you get massive names like we've got McShane and Adams playing in round 1, and they're probably the 2 top seeds based on rating. So
yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. And I also wonder if like say McShane and Adams, who must have played each other so many times before, whether they will, whether they'll just halve out because it's round 1 and let themselves get going a bit later, or whether they'll go all out. I don't know.
And you want a fun fact? The person who's seeded bottom, so 10th in this case, gets to play board 1 every game. Because that's what happened to me in the women's one. Because I was like given the bottom seed by the thing. So I played on board 1 every game. And I asked Matt, I was like, why am I playing on board 1 all the time? And apparently it's in the rules for like round robin tournaments.
Okay. So who's in here? It would be, I think, Andrew Horton rating wise. 22.98 it's showing. I don't know whether that's the rating.
Have they? Presume all of them actually do have rapid ratings, right? So that probably is there. Because we had the issue with the women's that some people did and some people didn't. So those who did were given their rapid ratings and those who didn't were given their standard. And obviously standard tends to be higher. But
Yeah. And some of these ratings would be like for the younger players. So like Marcus, Andrew, and Ravi. They're because Ravi's playing off 23.37, whereas he's like way stronger than that. So these I guess there must be rapid ratings.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got some big lineups. We've got Lawrence Trent against Danny. We've got Luke against Mickey. Gawain against Ravi. So we're going to keep an eye on all of these games. Okay. So I'm going to mess up your camera for just a moment again, Zoe.
It's fine. I just see like my face massively for some reason.
There we go. Okay, that should be okay now. So should we start with Mickey and Luke then?
Yeah. So do we want to whiz through the opening?
That's a good idea. Good, an E4 opening. You and I, we both grew up on E4 openings, didn't we, Zoe?
Yeah, exchange Spanish though. I'm going to turn my engine off actually. Yeah, I like this. Bishop d6, d4. Oh, this is what I play as black now with f6.
D takes, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like queen takes d4, f6, knight d2, bishop e6. And then the idea of that is they can't go knight c4 straight away because of bishop takes h2 check.
Ooh, yes. That's...
I don't know if I should show. Yeah, so basically when white goes knight d2 here, they want to play knight c4. We go bishop e6, and if they go knight c4, you play bishop takes h2 check. Obviously, if they take with the knight, we just take the queen. If they take with the king, you trade queens and then take on c4. And we've just won a pawn.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is takes here, yeah?
Sorry, I'm not looking at your screen.
Oh, you're not looking, yes, okay.
After bishop e6. Yeah, so if knight c4, you go bishop takes h2, yeah.
Bishop takes h2. And okay, and if you take with the king, queen takes queen, knight takes, and the knight on c4 is loose.
Yeah.
And if you take with the knight, the queen's loose. So that you cannot do. Very nice. Okay. So, right. Go back to the moves. Bishop e6. So he did play bishop e6.
Yeah. And he went e5, and I don't really know much more than this yet because this is a line I'm still working on. So.
Okay. Well.
Well, I know you are meant to play f takes, knight e7, rook e1 castles, but like I can't really tell you why yet. Because I found it interesting that you can't take with the bishop and then trade queens and then like win a pawn, but I guess it's really bad after rook e1 and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is still theory of knight e7, rook e1 castles. I like it for black personally because we've got the bishop pair. If this knight on e5 moves away, you might have tactical ideas involving taking on h2. The f file's open, which makes me very happy as an attacking player. So yeah, I have to admit I like the opening for black. And I play this myself, so yeah. Nick says in chat it's one of the best lines for black.
Yeah. Hi, Nick.
Bishop d5, bishop g5, h6, and Luke decides to give up this bishop. I mean, I guess this is all like theory he's worked on, but he's given. Another bishop.
Yeah, I mean, this means Mickey's had a think for bishop d5, didn't he? And I think that the bars by the moves is how long they think, isn't it?
Yeah, if you look at the moves, yeah. So bishop d5, he thought for 1 minute 40, which in this time control is quite a long time.
Yeah.
H6. And then he thought about bishop takes f3 as well. Yeah, I was going to say this.
He's a good quick player as well, isn't he? I think
Mickey's just all around a very strong player.
Yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't want to have to face it myself. But yeah, I do understand this decision to play bishop takes f3 here, to give this up. I don't like that. I like this bishop.
Yeah, you don't have to, do you?
Is he worried about like knight g6 or something?
Looks like the thing that that Luke will do next. Yeah.
Okay, so why couldn't he have done that instead of rook d1? Is there some kind of tactical?
Oh, Rock Troll saying, how do we deal with c4?
Maybe bishop f6. C4.
C4.
Rook d1. C4's the threat.
Yeah. But you could always take the knight after c4, couldn't you?
Yeah. Could you not wait until they play c4 and then argue? Oh, pass pawn. Hello, nice to see you. How are you doing today?
Hey, hello. Okay. C4. How do we deal with c4 in general? So I suppose it's coming at some point. I
know. I just personally, I like my bishops. I don't understand this decision to take. So I think we can't really ask him about it.
Yeah.
Or if you are going to do that, can you throw in a move like bishop d6 or bishop f6 first?
Maybe Mickey just wants to get the queens off. And go for so he's because he does get the queens off as well by taking that knight. So he's not going to be ever left with queen and knight against queen and bishop or any of that kind of stuff. And having the bishop left over with rooks, I suppose, is quite nice. But obviously, two bishops with just rooks would be even nicer.
Yeah, I just don't like this decision to give up the bishop pair. But obviously, there's a reason Mickey is significantly stronger than me. So, shouldn't question that. Yeah, so then trade on d4. Bishop f6.
Yeah. So I guess White's got the slightly better pawn structure because of those doubled c pawns.
Yeah.
But the bishop's quite nice, isn't it? I quite like this bishop on f6.
Yeah. And I guess he's going to bring a rook in. And I suppose, although technically speaking, these doubled pawns make it a worse pawn structure, still this sort of like 4 against 3 can get pushing. It happens quite often in like Berlin type stuff, right? When these just start pushing at some point. I mean, c5 is already a threat, right? And then the b2 pawn drops, perhaps. Maybe there's knight e6.
There is a knight e6, isn't there? So knight e6.
Well, if knight e6 immediately, I presume he's going to go rook f7.
Rook f7 just to hold on to the c pawn.
And then maybe even white has to be careful if that knight moves of black doubling up on the f file and attacking this f2 pawn at some point. So I don't think he really wants to be playing knight e6.
Yeah, certainly he would. Maybe he wants to do something like c3.
That's what I was thinking. Like, let's say he just plays c3, solidifies this. Now if c5, yeah, I think knight e6. And then kind of say to black, well, what are you going to do? I guess black would probably play rook e8 or something.
Yeah.
And then we just have a game of chess, which is probably what both players want.
Overall, it looks, what do you think? It looks pretty level to me, I would say.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we check some more games?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. What do you fancy next?
Well, should we take a look at Danny just because my chat's for it, and then after that we can look at Amit because you've got someone supporting Amit.
We do. Okay, Danny against Lawrence. So let's go back to Lawrence is white here. Against
Yeah.
And okay, Lawrence is starting with D4. Does Danny have a preference on what he likes to face, whether he prefers facing kind of D4 and C4 type openings, or?
I'm not really sure, actually. I mean, obviously he's known for being a Nidor specialist, so probably he'd take that. But I don't think he's that fussed, because he's been doing some work for Simon Williams, so Ginger GM, on this new website.
Yes.
So he's looked at lots and lots of lines and lots of different openings recently.
Okay. Yeah.
And as I said, he's been playing against like the computer all the time, Stockfish and stuff, or Komodo as well, like the chess.com maximum level computer. I think they use Komodo for that one. He's been playing against the computer a lot and getting ideas from the computer and all these different lines.
Yeah.
So, I mean, personally, yeah.
Lawrence comes out with an interesting line here, actually. He's going to knight c3, which I know sometimes, I think Mark Hebson's played this sort of stuff before. And
so he's just trying to transpose to a pass?
Yeah. It's looking like it will. So d6 and then...
Maybe I should try this against Danny. I'd much rather play against the pass than against...
You should try it. You should try it, Zoe.
But then he's gone for this bishop g5 thing.
Yes.
Bishop g7, e5.
But he didn't.
I don't like the way he's played.
White could have just gone bishop e3 or something and turned it right into...
Nick says if Danny had gone 2 d5, then Lawrence would have gone 3 bishop f4.
I'm sure he would, yeah, and just turned it into one of these kind of... I know who plays that stuff, but which is Stanbad.
Jabava attack.
Jabava, yeah, well, Jabava as well. I'm going for Stanbad, the English junior, and Stanley Badajoni, and Jabava.
Hi, Chris. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, so it's now getting...
Yeah, well, I don't like this choice. I like going like f4 Austrian attack, or going bishop e3, f3, queen d2 cast, playing a like 150 attack type thing.
I like that too, that 150 attack.
It's actually quite good, I think, but...
Here, black could just take and swap queens. It's possible.
Which point? E5 after e5?
Yeah, e5. If white goes
okay,
e5,
so
white
takes...
has e5. You could just take, trade queens.
And then where are we putting on knight?
G4, maybe.
Knight G4. I guess he'd go F4 or...
And then how does this go? Then you've got, you could...
But then you could even play knight E3 and grab the bishop here.
Yeah.
Which I think, I don't think F4 is what... Maybe he wanted to go like... I don't know. Is there any kind of tactical... Because the computer after knight G4, the eval bar is saying plus 2.8.
Oh.
So there must be something...
You can't do that then. Okay.
And is it something involving like some kind of knight D5 or knight B5? Maybe? Yeah, what about knight D5?
Yeah, okay. Computer does not like this suggestion of mine. That's fair.
Knight D5?
Knight D5. Yeah, okay, because you can't go knight A6 just to defend that pawn.
Yeah. And then the E pawn's at risk as well as the C pawn.
Fair enough.
So I guess you'd have to go like knight D7 or something instead of knight G4. But then I'd always be worried about moves like E6, sacking that pawn.
Yeah, if you can't go knight G4, then
or even just F4 then and solidify. Yeah, I think.
Yes. Okay. So takes isn't going to be anything special. So.
Knight D7 and then he trades. Yeah. So is this another point where you could consider flicking in like E6 or something, or is that just really stupid with the pawn structure like this?
So E6.
I know it's a typical idea in past lines.
Yeah. I suppose you take it off.
After knight D5, he has bishop takes E5. Wait. Sorry. But then do we not take on knight D5, bishop takes E5? Then I was going to potentially take on E7 or something. Or you might even throw in like H3 or something at some point as well. Erica Sinnett, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it.
Yeah. A rock troll. Rocktroll says with bishop g5, it doesn't make sense because there aren't knight g5 ideas.
Okay, that makes sense. So if it was like instead of bishop g5, we'd play knight f3. Then if taking, we might have like knight. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So maybe not.
I still think but yeah, maybe it's just running into trouble. Black can castle quickly, and maybe black's the one getting an attack. e5 happens.
Yeah.
But okay, so he takes on d6. Knight f3, h6. It'd be interesting to know how much work people have done for this tournament because there's a lot of prize money at stake.
Well, yeah. I mean, if Lawrence really is a sub, he maybe hasn't done so much if he only knew right.
The thing is, they didn't know colours and rounds that they were playing each other in or anything until this morning.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Because I had a similar situation for the women's one where I wanted to do work for it, but then I was like, I don't have time to do work for it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
so bishop e3. Interesting opening choice, though.
I think it does avoid like really heavy theory, doesn't it? Knight c6.
Queen a5, bishop e2. But I mean, Danny has been playing a lot of online blitz and stuff. I don't really know what Lawrence has been doing.
Yes.
Rook d1. Trying to get these d5 ideas in. Knight d5. I like that. The computer doesn't though.
Okay, bishop e6, rook f1.
Why does the computer not like knight d5 then? It's just going +1 for white, which at this level is quite.
What if white takes on? White did take on d5, so we're going to see what about that.
Bishop takes. Or does it want to like trade queens or something? Maybe. Could that, and then maybe get c4 in as well. Or
do you mean knight takes d5, queen takes d2?
No, so knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, and the eval bar is saying +1.5. So there must be something here, and I'm wondering whether it involves some kind of c4.
Yeah.
Whether before or after taking on a5. Well, obviously not straight after. Then maybe you take on a5 and then go b4 and then go c4. Or maybe you just go c4 immediately. Afternoon, Tommy. Oh, it is afternoon, yeah.
Afternoon. Oh gosh, it is, yeah.
Yeah, being a university student, I wake up so late that it doesn't really feel like afternoon. But yeah, no, I want to try c4 here.
c4 here.
It's passed the computer test. It likes it. It likes the move I've chosen.
c4.
Yeah, the move 14 instead of c3. I'm just wondering about that, and maybe white can get some play with these pawns.
Yeah, because white, of course, can't drop back bishop e6 because there's a
pawn. So they either have to go to e4 or they have to give up the bishop pair if bishop takes f3.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd want to give up that bishop pair. So probably
I
bishop
don't think
e4.
so either. So I think this looks.
Well, maybe you throw in a queen trade first. But yeah, I don't understand why he didn't go for this.
Yeah.
But he went c3 instead. I guess he just wanted to keep the queens on.
So he's going. Yes, he's going for keeping queens on.
h3 seems a very, very strange move to me.
Yeah, especially since he goes h4 just a few minutes later. So c3.
I want to start getting these pawns going. Like b. If you've gone c3, then why not go b4, right?
Yeah, because I agree with this because it looks like you can get some space on the queen side.
You see, Danny's actually playing chess and not singing. Yeah, Danny's playing over the board in London at the moment.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think Lawrence missed a chance here with going b4. I think.
Has Danny been playing much in person chess recently?
Basically only stuff that I drag him along to. It's more me going, I think I'm going to play this tournament, it looks good, and then he's like, if you're playing, I'll come along because I'll know someone.
Yeah.
So he played the Northumberland Congress that I played in. Obviously,
Nice.
that's very
Yeah,
close to both of us, so it was easier.
Yeah.
He played Scarborough. He played Forencial. I think that's all he played. And then the other ones I did by myself. He had a nightmare journey back from the last one. Yeah, no, that was Forencial. We both did. It was an absolute nightmare with trains that day.
Yeah.
My train was delayed by 2 hours. And then they cancelled everything further north of Newcastle. And they closed the A1 and everything. So yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, he lives slightly further north than I do. Cold, wet, harsh north. But yeah, no, I don't like this H3 move at all. Like, I mean, I understand you're clearing space, but it just doesn't seem to the point to me. Like, you want to push. Maybe he's nervous, but I feel like he could have got something going with these pawns because this D pawn seems.
And then you could even maybe do B5 after that.
Yeah, or then revert to C4 after having cleared some space, right? There's another possibility. Like if black plays Queen C7 or something, maybe C4 even.
Yes. You'd need to eventually get your pieces safe, I suppose, wouldn't you? I mean, like, say, you move the rook off this diagonal. But you could do C4. Let's see, C4 straight away. Yeah, because if the bishop drops back again, we've got this fork. So it's going to have to maybe go to E4, isn't it? And then, yeah. And then you've got all these pawns ready to push forwards.
Yeah, so I think he definitely missed a chance. Yeah, look, the computer really likes my idea here. It's going +2.
Yes.
I mean, I like pushing pawns, which tends to be my downfall. But in this case, maybe I would have done well.
It looks strong because also, like that knight on C6, where's it going to go? So if we attack it with B5, say, it's going to drop right back to D8 or B8 and
I mean, it could come to A5 maybe.
A5, yeah, possibly.
Put pressure on C. But then worst comes to us, do we just play Rook C1?
Rook C1.
And then maybe we're preparing. Then maybe we're
C5 even, or
yeah. Oh, this looks brilliant for white. And then after C5, because if they ever take, you might even throw in bishop F4 at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely think Lawrence missed a chance here with this. But we'll see what happened. He went H3.
So he went H3, yeah.
Queen C7 by Danny. I guess Danny was anticipating this.
I think he was trying to get out of the way of B4, yeah.
So Queen C7, then C4 happened. So now the pawn gets going, and then bishop takes it. Yeah, so he decides he has to give up this bishop. But I absolutely love white's position.
Yeah, I agree. Takes castles.
A streamed English tournament is a rarity. Actually, Natasha does a lot of streaming.
Yeah, we do quite a bit
on the ECF commentary channel. Yeah.
And also some of the online ones we do. But the it's there was been a few. I tell you what's really nice is, and you played it one, didn't you, Northumberland? But all these the sort of IM norm events have been very nice.
Yeah, I was commentating on some of them as well.
Haven't had the opportunity to get any of these kind of results like over the last couple of years, and it's there was I think 2 or 3 IM norm and GM norm tournaments in quick succession, and then of course Ravi got his norms, and Marcus didn't he as well.
Yeah, Marcus got to IM. It was nice that it was the same kind of people as well, so you could like cheer them on. Yeah. If they just missed IM one, and then they might get another one. Why has Danny not got a picture? Chess.com needs to correct that.
That's a good question, because Danny plays quite a lot. But yeah, I'd have thought there'd be a picture.
Well, if anyone from chess.com watches this, get a picture for Danny up. Nick has to go. Okay, no worries, Nick. Have a nice lesson. Which Twitch username should you search for? I'll give a shout out to ECF commentary.
ECF_commentary.
Yeah, I'll shout it out.
Thank you. Okay, Rook C1. King H7.
If I can spell it right, that should work. There we go. That's the link to the ECF commentary. That's what Natasha streams from.
And I'm going to write horsey chess on this one as well.
With various people on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. There's going to be a WIM norm tournament. Well, there's going to be a couple of WIM norm tournaments. They're actually running 2 right at the same time, like next to each other. One for the younger people and one for older people.
Are you playing, Zoe?
In the younger one, yeah.
Excellent. And when's that all happening?
April. Louise and Cassie are playing as well from
very
England.
Nice. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yes.
So very excited about that.
Yes. Okay. Oh, so you're going to need to do a lot of prep. You're going to study it all up.
Yeah. And somehow within that, remember that I have a degree to do as well. But
yeah. You better do that too. What year are you in, Zoe?
4th year. So it's my final year. I'm doing a master's research project.
Okay.
Which I should be doing stuff for, but it's fine.
But you're streaming instead. Yeah, fair enough.
I just love
have
chess.
A break. You can't work all the time, right?
Love chess too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like what White's got here, and the computer, agrees as well. So it looks like White's got a really good position, but it's kind of how do you finish this off? Because Danny's very, very good at defending.
Yeah, and also right. Are we playing? It's for White. Would you play king side, queen side, or both? And maybe
because I mean, normally you go based on where your pawns are lining up, but they're not really they're not pointing either way yet, are they? Because they're sort of just sat here like. I mean, I'd probably it's a Danny castle. I'd probably start with rook c1, which is what Lawrence played. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then Danny goes king h7, so I guess Danny wants to start going f5 and e5.
That's
so true. I mean, Danny's been teaching me a lot about prophylactic play. Is there any way we can
stop something happening? Yeah.
Though, hang on a minute. After castles, so there were no tactics involving d5 and bishop takes h6 or anything. So probably not because of knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not because knight e5, right? And then we're not getting anything.
Yeah. I think rook c1 looks nice.
Yeah, it makes sense. King h7, but yeah. How do we stop Danny's plan of f5 and e5? Oh, Rock Troll Chess has come and follow me now. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
From the ECF commentary channel.
Oh, very nice.
His style has changed in his old age. He used to be all tactics and all guns blazing back in the day. Is that Danny?
Danny, yeah.
Is he in his old age?
Maybe both of them. But Danny, I know when you play Danny, you have to watch out for a lot of traps. He sets a lot of traps when he plays, so you kind of got to watch out for traps.
Yeah, he's very tactical. Given it would be interesting to see how this continues. How do you guys think English chess is doing?
Look, Lawrence is down to less than 3 minutes now.
Yeah. Eric Clive, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the clock. Yeah, maybe we should whiz through. So he went for h4. I don't think h4 feels right personally.
Alpha zero. It's probably all right, isn't it? But I would still maybe do. Look what he's swapped off.
He's given up that beautiful bishop. Now I rate Danny's chances.
Takes.
And then he takes to the bishop. b3. Rook e8. I guess it's just whether this d pawn's weak or not.
Yes.
So he's going to try and come after it. Queen d5. I like this queen move because I don't think Danny wants to trade this off. And this queen's quite nice and centralized. And obviously you're also threatening to take on f7. You still got to go for the cheapos. I mean, he's not going to fall for them, but so rook e6.
Okay, so Lawrence is going to try and route this. It's not going to be a checkmate because black can always just swap queens, if it starts getting dangerous. But
then if you look at the eval bar now, it's just going dead equal, and it was +2 for him. So he's definitely missed some chances there. And I mean, now the clocks are about equal though. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's quite interesting. Someone's asked how we think English chess is doing. They said they're quite new and don't seem to have much of a presence on the world stage. English chess.
Yeah. No. Well. I mean, Gwaine
got a medal at Europeans, but it was like a board medal.
And David very nearly qualified, didn't he?
Oh yeah, David came in the Grand Swiss, but then it's more individual results rather than an actual team result, I guess. Though England has done pretty well in the past in the our open team.
And we were actually chatting about trying to put in a serious attempt at seniors level. You just think how strong we are. We could be really, really like because Mickey's just reached the age, so you could have a team like Mickey, Nigel, and then we've got
John Spielman, right? Yeah.
John Spielman we could have, John Ems we could have
Keith does quite well in senior tournaments.
Yeah, we've got really, I mean, really, if you...
And then you've got Hebden as well as
Hebs, we've got
another one that's regular.
Peter Wells, we've got, I mean, so many grandmasters that are now just old enough. So you could
John Nunn as well. Chat's pointed out.
Jules, if we can get him out of retirement. No, really. I mean,
I like this idea.
We could very much win this event, you know, and be the world champions if we can get it all together.
My thing's not syncing up properly. Right, Bishop D2. Do we want to stick with this game in the time scramble, or should we move on to?
Let's look at also Gawain and Ravi. I think we should check out.
Okay.
We can. Okay, so they're in a.
Ravi played the French, his pet opening. He did quite well with the French at Europeans, and it was funny because the rest of us were like, isn't the French just a bit like, it's not great. But yeah, no, he did really well.
It's a good solid opening, isn't it? Okay, so...
the eval bar just drastically changed.
For white. Yeah.
It was
like on first sight, rook and 3, v rook and 3, but that white rook there on b7, and it's now taken the pawn on b6.
But what would you have done to stop that?
I don't think you could stop it from where we joined it. I don't think that pawn was savable.
You play e5.
Oh, and swap. And then just
you just try and make it so there's like less pawns. Yeah, I know that makes a lot of sense. Nepo played it in the candidates, but it can be so bad. Yeah, no, that makes sense looking at this. But then obviously in time trouble, it's not that simple to see. But it's just this idea of, you're going to lose this pawn anyway, and this is going to come through. So if you swap off a pair of pawns, then there's one less pawn to worry about. And then you can like bring your king back to try and stop this b pawn. But yeah, I think... so
I guess Black gets this rookie now onto b1 behind the pawn.
I suspect Gawain's going to win this though.
Yeah. The computer didn't like that move. No.
I mean, I think the computer's already given up on Black's position here.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, I have an interesting question. How many decisive games do you think we're going to get?
I think we will get quite a few, you know. I think 3 maybe this round.
So it's interesting in the women's one. We only had 8 players instead of 10 due to some last minute dropouts. Yeah. But I think the first 2 rounds, every game was maybe even the first 3 rounds, every game was decisive. And then round 4, there was like 1 draw. Yeah. It was something like that. Yeah. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether.
Yeah. Now I think if Ravi takes this pawn on f3, I think we can't then stop the b pawn.
Yeah, so, I think So if Black takes here, we play b7. King covers all these squares. You can't come this way because you're blocked in by stuff. You can't come this way. So yeah, that's a simple one. So he tries rook b5. He's just going to try and keep his rook here, but I suppose do we now go d5 and d6 happens at some point maybe?
Yeah.
I don't think you can quite yet, but
couldn't yet.
Yeah, king c3.
All right.
Because
let's just flip. I just remembered we better look at also Marcus against Amit.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Gawain's going to win that endgame there.
So this is an endgame. Now this
bishop against knight.
So there's an outside pass pawn here.
Look at the time difference. Look at that. Has Amit lost on time, or is it just not synced up?
That could just be Just the clocks, yeah. So it looks like he is still going. Yeah, 12 seconds left.
Yeah, so it's 10
the knight's not bad though, right? That bishop, it's not. You couldn't call it.
Well, I think
not a great
my initial thing would be, firstly, there's pawns on both sides of the board, so you would argue, theoretically speaking, a bishop might be better. I like the fact that white has this beautiful H pawn that could potentially go all the way, but it is the wrong coloured square with the bishop.
Yes.
And the king is back there to defend it. But then we look at this time difference. Marcus has... is this... now that's... Yeah, the king's cut off.
Maybe wanted to come drop back, didn't it?
So what did we have to do instead of... Yeah, so I was going to say the time difference...
Instead of knight d7, just to be able to...
yeah, he obviously missed this check, stopping this. Yeah, so that was like a nice move, king f3 then, stopping the king from having this square.
Yeah. So now he's going to probably have to come and counterattack like king
g6 instead to stop.
King d4 and then knight e5, I think he'll go, yeah.
But this pawn's running, right?
Yes. Yeah, now I really like it for white.
Because we could even drop the bishop back to
was F1. Totally fine for totally fine. Black, says Rock Troll. Which it was.
It was. Tommy said
We've jinxed Amit.
Do you think our lack of super GMs is due to not much financial support in the UK for chess?
Well, I think. I mean, I think in England we had this sort of conversation. I think in England there are sort of lots of other choices as well you can make other than the GM. So, like, actually, the conversation we were having in the commentary room of the Classic was that a lot of our top players, and actually a lot of our top women players, are very highly educated people. And so they've all got like you're doing your 4th year, you're doing a master's, but like all of them.
Yeah, Louise is doing a PhD.
Not quite all, but most have like degrees or beyond, and professional careers and all this kind of stuff. And then I do think it is harder to become a top GM if you are trying to pursue that.
It's interesting what Lan was saying, because she's obviously moved over from China, and she said everyone.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
She said everyone kept telling her to drop out of school and just focus on chess, and she said no, she wanted to. Education was important to her, which I think is really admirable to stick to her guns and do what she wanted. But that's why. And
that's it. Yeah. Because you don't have to be the top chess player in the world to still enjoy chess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she's saying that like she won this Chinese national championship or something for her age group ahead of all these people who had dropped out of school to play. But her federation didn't give her anything because she refused to drop out of education.
Yeah.
So it's just a different world.
To be able to play chess to a high level and still do other things as well.
Even Anand went to uni and did a degree.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yes. So Minkfitz is saying Black had a fortress with a5, leaving the knight on c5 where it covers e6 and sitting the king on g7. Yeah, so I think it's dropping that king back.
So instead of knight
d7, the early point in before bishop d3 check sort of.
I liked your king g6 move as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this knight d7 allowing bishop d3. The problem is because your king has to move this way because we cover all these squares. This pawn is just going to push through, and so I think we're going to see some good technique by Marcus here. He has a lot more time on the clock.
Yes.
It's interesting.
On other games, Wayne has now won against Ravi, and the B pawn did get through in the end. Danny and Lawrence have had a draw. It looks like actually Danny had. Oh, did Danny have the extra pawn? No, sorry, they traded pawns at the end, so it's going to go into a rook and 3 v rook and 3. So that's going to be a draw.
Danny will be really disappointed with that.
Will he? Well, I suppose Black again. Lawrence is a strong player, and Black in the first round. Then.
Oh, Audrey, who would drop out of school when chess is so wonderful? It's nice to see you here, Audrey. How are you feeling, by the way?
Hey, how are you doing?
Isolation.
No.
No, I hope she's doing okay and is not feeling too ill.
Yes.
Or anything.
And just to check in, we haven't seen this game yet. Okay, Andrew Horton. So youth against experience. Andrew Horton against John Spielman.
Oh, it looks like Black's got an extra pawn.
Yes.
Probably going to be 2 extra pawns in a minute.
Yeah,
and more time as well.
Yeah.
Can we just play rook takes d6?
Rook takes d6 defends
everything.
Defends everything. Yeah, everything.
Yeah, I think John's going to get the win. Interesting to see what opening did we have. Yeah, I think maybe once these games are finished, I don't know if you want to, but I'm happy to go back and look through the full games and see what happened.
Yeah.
David Howe went to uni and then became professional afterwards.
Okay.
That's interesting.
I think some do, and maybe that's the culture in England, and that I guess, I guess the Chinese are right that to really be a strong GM, then it's going to help not to go to uni. But we're right. It's nice for us to have the choices.
Yeah. So I think so Gawain's won. Danny and Lawrence drew. It looks like John's gonna win and Marcus is gonna win. Yeah, Marcus has got a queener. So Luke Mickey, this is gonna be.
Mickey is another rook and pawn ending, and actually Luke.
Oh, I think mine's not.
Is 1 pawn up, but it looks like he might win a second pawn.
For some reason, mine's broken. Yep. Oh, there we go. I've refreshed it. Okay. Fixed it. It was stuck on like move 18. I was like, can't be this. Someone says John Spielman is wonderful.
John Spielman is wonderful. I agree.
I think we've got a John Spielman fan in my chat.
Yes.
There's just no money in chess in England. Yeah, the problem is like if I could play chess and have like a full-time payment career out of it, I would so do it because I absolutely love chess. It'd be great.
Yeah.
But
certainly when I was making that kind of decision, my parents were not. I said, I'll do this work. There was a company that sold chess computers, and I looked like I could do something good there. And my parents were like, "Are you sure?" They really were not keen at all that I went down that route, and I did.
This looks like Luke's gonna win this now, which surprised me actually, because obviously rapid play is very, very different to standard play. But I was saying earlier that Luke has been struggling quite a bit recently in standard play events. He had some poor results at Europeans and in the England versus rest of the world thing. And so I was wondering if he was going to struggle. Be interesting to see.
I was wondering if they were going to have a quick draw, but none of that. No, not at all. They're playing a proper...
chess streamers, commentators, authors. Okay, so the point is there's options within chess. You can stream, you can commentate, you can write, you can coach, but none of them are actually playing professionally. And I absolutely love streaming and commentating and coaching and all of that stuff as well, but it would be nice to be able to get paid to play. Like in India, well, when they become a grandmaster, they get a full salary for the rest of their life from their government.
They used to have that kind of arrangement in Greece as well, didn't they? That they got a like the people who I knew from the World Juniors, the women players, if they got to, I don't know what length, not what strength, but like WIM, I think maybe something like that, then they would get some kind of income throughout their life. It wasn't like, I don't think it was huge, but it was enough that there was some security there, right?
Yeah. Seems like Luke might be messing this up a bit. I know it's difficult in time travel, but the computer doesn't really like what he's doing. Maybe this will boil down to a draw if he's not careful. He needs to come the other side of the board, I guess. Try and get his king to b3.
Because how far if say he lost his c pawn, you have to cut the king off by a certain amount, don't you, for an h?
Yeah, so can
Mickey... I thought it would have to be cut off further than this, actually, wouldn't it?
To get the Lucina position. No, I did study this. I think Hawkins wrote about it in his book.
Here, right? King e5.
I think so. Yeah, because you don't want to allow the king, because it has to be like more than 3 rows across or something.
Yeah. It does.
Yeah, Audrey. It's not the official Lucina position anymore. It's like similar.
Chris Baker IM says 5 ranks away. That's good. Thank you.
So maybe this will be a draw now. Maybe I should take back what I was saying about being impressed by Luke was playing.
I think this is. Okay, so you can cut the king off one more, can't you? Now by going rook c6, but the h pawn's on pre, so that's the only thing. So maybe just h4.
Well, what does black play? Is black's?
Oh, sorry, it's black's go.
But if we play king c5,
yeah, king c5. I
don't know. Maybe. Oh, that was played. Predict a move time. 3 rows to unside pawn, and now it likes white though. This is really, really tough. I have to put it into. Oh yeah, there's a table. There's a new table-based function I think on chess.com. So I'm gonna turn the table base on.
Yes, get the table base on, then we'll know. Then we'll really know. 5 ranks, king c5 says Chris Baker. Yes, so that was played.
Okay, so after king takes c4.
Yeah.
Rook h5 was winning. Yeah, because you need to like cut the king off everywhere. Everything else is drawing. But then king c5 is losing. You have to play king b5, rook a1,
b5,
or rook
b5. Really? That's
or rook d3.
So what about this position here then?
Hang on, the current one. So h4 is winning. h5 is winning. I think everything's now winning.
Everything's winning now.
Yeah.
So
that's really tough to be fair.
How would you like rook e6?
Rook d3. Yeah, hang on. Do you want to question this rook d3 thing, Audrey? Yeah. So apparently rook d3 is drawing, because I guess if you go for this check, we play king b5, and if you take, this is a draw because we can catch the pawn because we can come into the square. Nobody's playing that. But so you had to play either rook d3, king b5, or rook a1. But yeah, now allowing this pawn through, now it looks like it's.
Oh right, okay.
Every single move for white here wins. So this is just a pretty simple win now, right? Rook a1 would have made sense, to be fair.
So
but now
you keep the king cut off with king e5.
Anything wins.
Anything wins. That's the kind of position you like. So just in other results, Marcus did indeed win against Amit. He had that passed h pawn. We saw Lawrence and Danny was draw. Gawain. Gawain and Ravi was the h. No, Gawain v Ravi was the b pawn, passed b pawn. And John Spielman had those extra 2 pawns against Andrew Horton and managed to win.
Mm.
So we've got 3 decisive games. This is going to be 4 decisive games.
Yeah, Luke's going to win this now. It's a shame that Mickey didn't find that stuff, but to be fair, it's a lot easier when you have a table base in front of you. Yeah, I really like that chess.com's added a table base on now, actually. I have to admit. I appreciate having a table base because you never know what's happening otherwise, because they never used to have one, and people would be watching the events and then you'd watch the official chess.com stream and someone would go off and look it up in a table base and tell them. Now they've actually added it on.
That will give me it. Table base.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and then it tells you like which moves win and which draw.
Very good. White wins.
Yeah, so if you look, at some points there are still moves that draw and some points not. But yeah, it looks like Luke knows what he's doing now. Pokeram, hello. That is Steve Wooten, by the way. Don't know if you know.
Hi, Pokeram. Definitely chatted with Pokeram before.
Yeah, I think he's friends with Lee Bullock, so I know him through.
Okay, yes.
Because Lee set up the Chess Patzers team.
Nice.
Yeah, now Black's run out of checks.
Yes. So the threat is just h7.
I am quite interested to see how we got this endgame from the opening, though. If you're happy to look at that. So I think
already. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think this is just gonna be a simple win now.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in on analysis. And
so we last saw it at move 17 with bishop f6, and I was suggesting c3 for white, but he chose b3 instead.
Okay, so bishop f6. Yeah, we were looking at c3, weren't we? Okay, b3.
Yeah, he chose b3.
Yeah.
Which to me, I guess it makes sense, right? When your opponent has the bishop, you put your pawns on the opposite color square to their bishop.
Yeah,
they can't attack them.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do like this diagonal. So rook d8, yeah, and that forces a rook trade. So maybe rook e8 was another idea, because I liked rook e8, I think, more than rook d8.
Here, yeah. I'm just putting rook here. What, to kind of discourage knight e6 type?
Yeah, because I mean, if you go knight e6 now, then maybe rook f7. And then if you're going to trade a pair of rooks anyway, I think it's nice to have the open e-file.
Yeah.
Quite like that. Oppenheimer, thank you for the follow. That brings back memories of my degree. I think Oppenheimer, something to do with my degree somehow. I don't really know, or something similar. Maybe I should.
What's your subject, Zoe?
Chemistry. But you know, because you're an actuary, right?
Yes.
Because
I studied maths.
I've got a grad job for next year to train as an actuary.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Willis Towers Watson.
Oh, gosh, wow.
So quite excited about that.
Oh, very good. I'll contact you after on this matter, Zoe.
Every time anyone asks me what I'm doing, they're like, "Oh, did you know Natasha?" I'm like, the number of people that have told me that you're an actuary.
Very good, very good.
But yeah, I preferred rook e8 here, but he chose rook d8.
Yeah.
So knight e6. So obviously, it's not a problem that they forked, because we can just trade off on d1.
Great.
Rook e8.
And then,
to be fair, maybe this transposes vaguely, but I preferred my way, because if we'd gone rook e8 instead, right?
So you can't just take on. Sorry, silly question here. Can't you just take on c7?
So I was just saying, like, when you went rook d8, if we went rook e8 instead and they traded, then you're actually threatening to take on d4.
Yeah.
And then go for this check, or even like go for, if they play h3, you could do it you could like play rook d8. I just really liked rook e8 instead, but.
Yeah.
So Chris, your old flatmate is an actor at Willis Towers Watson.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
it's
god!
A small world, Southern Chris.
Wait, are they still there? I want to. If you feel comfortable saying what, like, office and line of business are they in and everything?
Yeah, I want to know where you're going to be based. But I'll ask you it off the air.
Because I did an internship with them over the summer. Okay. So I've actually got to know them a bit. Yeah, so 90s, I preferred my move, but as did the computer, just to put it out there.
You should be in this, Zoe. You should be playing.
One day. That's actually my goal. I want to be England's first female grandmaster.
Oh, yes, you should. You should.
Can't quite be Britain's because we've got Ketty.
No, because Ketty's there already.
Yeah.
You've done it.
So you were saying, could they not have taken on c7? Maybe he was worried about knight.
I think the knight doesn't come out too easily, does it? Like if you take on c7.
Could you go rook e2?
Rook e2. Yeah. Yeah, and so you're either going to get this back or just even get the king out or something.
Yeah, or rook e7, but then I was worried about rook d8, but then I guess we just move our king. And then you have to, then you got to worry about mate throws. Yeah, rook e7 might be another move. What are you doing with that knight? Do you have to go to a8 and try and stick it on b6?
Minkritz is saying bishop e5.
Oh,
have to move
can we?
First, the rook's on prise.
And then play bishop d. I got this. Bishop d4. Maybe that's really, really bad.
Yeah.
I was just going to say we go rook e7, knight a8, and then bishop d4 because they can't take because of the mate threats. And then their knight can't go anywhere.
No, yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible, isn't it?
Was this in Epsom?
Epsom. Epsom. No, because I don't think they work there. They're not in Epsom anymore.
No, not anymore. Wait, which company do you work for?
Well, I work for one of their competitor companies.
Yeah, is it? Which one is it?
It's RPC Taiki.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Because my aunt is an actuary, and she lives in Epsom.
Oh, really?
But she works for Legal and General.
Oh. I'm going to ask you what her name is.
Alison.
Don't think I know her.
So, yeah. Alison Varney. Well, I think she goes by Varney still.
Oh, but I want to meet her if she's another actuary in Epsom. There's a few of us about, you know.
Yeah. So she lives near Epsom Common.
Yeah. I need to meet Alison.
I'll introduce you.
Yes.
My move was endorsed by the engine, yeah. We can talk about that stuff in Discord. Yeah, sure. Spam me on Discord. Yeah, no, this is my solution. Rook e7 and bishop d4, I think is decent. Yeah. Oh, how else could we do? Also, maybe... I mean, I just didn't want to let this knight come out, you see, but maybe... You could play like b5, threatening rook a7, because if knight b6, then you're covering all the squares it could go to. I think there's options. Yeah, I think knight takes c7 would have run into...
I think, it runs into
something.
It's just trouble. Yeah.
So you went for knight f4.
So Luke comes out to f4, and Mickey rook e5.
Yeah. Knight d3, rook a5, a4. So it almost feels like black's just moving his rook around, but allowing white to make moves.
Looks fine though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look bad as such.
Yeah. h5.
Yeah. Rook e1.
King f7. King comes out. Fair enough. King f1. Rook f5. Rook e4. C5.
It does feel like white's pieces that just feel better placed.
The knight looks good, doesn't it? There.
Okay, so he's going to try and go for b5.
Kevin, how are you doing? Kevin likes your antlers, Zoe.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a funny story about these antlers. Because I'm basically a child inside, as I've established many times to many people. And last Christmas, I was like to my parents, all I want for Christmas is antlers. I was like, I just want antlers for Christmas, right? And we went around about like 10 different shops trying to find a suitable pair of antlers. Yeah. I dragged my mum around and I was like, no, these aren't any good. No, has to be. And then I found these ones and I can't like them because they're like gold and sparkly.
Oh, they're very nice. Yeah.
So this is like what I got for Christmas last year.
Yeah.
That and Leberkuchen. So I was like, I want this.
Oh, I like Leberkuchen. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, antlers and Leberkuchen.
And the even better thing about Leberkuchen is I like them, but my family doesn't like them very much. So if they don't eat them all up.
My mum likes it, but quite often some of them have things like apricot jam in, which my dad can't have because my dad can't have apricots.
Oh.
And some of them have that in. He can't have almonds. He can't have apricots. He can't have things like cherry and peach and plums.
Okay.
He's allergic to that. So
he probably wouldn't
more
like...
for me.
Yeah.
He doesn't like Bakewell tarts either.
No, Bakewell tarts.
And nor does my brother, because my brother thinks he has an allergy to almonds as well. And me and my mum absolutely love Bakewell tarts. And we did a trip up to Bakewell. I did that before. We went on a family holiday to Derbyshire and stayed near Bakewell. And the holiday home we were staying at, it was really, really nice. They'd left like a freshly baked Bakewell tart. Ooh. For us, it's like a housewarming sort of like, oh, you've come staying with us. Yeah. And my dad and my brother couldn't have it. So my mum and I really enjoyed this Bakewell tart.
Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? Peak District.
Too pretty for jail, says my compliments to the two commentators, very instructive.
Have you finished the chocolate brownies?
I gave away quite a lot of the chocolate brownies to some friends.
I missed your chocolate brownie cooking session. I saw it was going to happen and then I didn't see it in the end. Yeah,
made brownies. It was great. I like baking. I need to decide what to make over Christmas. My dad likes mincemeat shortbread.
Okay.
So I might do some of that. People mince pies or something.
Yeah.
Or a crumble. I like custard as well. We have like a family custard recipe that we've passed down. Because my family really likes custard.
Christmas pudding vodka. I don't know if you've ever tried that or if indeed you like vodka. But it's very good. You need a few days, you need to do it each day. You kind of you could just get a bottle of vodka, put in all the fruit.
Yeah.
Like everything you put in a Christmas pudding and the sugar and the fruit and all this kind of stuff. And then each day you just kind of shake the bottle. It's quite easy. But it's really nice, but it goes very thoroughly. You put a lot of
that does sound quite nice. I always used to like, as a kid, we liked it when my dad set fire to the Christmas pudding. And he would like pour the brandy over it. And we used to keep going again, and we used to make him pour more brandy over it. And by the time we had finished, like the amount of brandy he had poured over to set fire to it like 4 or 5 times. We wanted to watch. We were just like this like little kids basically getting drunk off Christmas pudding. Yeah, we used to I like coq au vin as well. He used to set fire. We used to make him pour extra wine in and set fire to that again because we just really like watching him set fire to the stuff. Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, my mum does it with the prison pudding and puts a bit of like real holly on the top and then sets fire. And when you like the holly leaf was a can.
Oh, bless it.
Part of the holly leaf.
Yeah, we also like, my family likes having custard and ice cream. It was a tradition. My granddad once asked for custard and ice cream in a restaurant. And it's like our thing. We have both custard and ice cream on our Christmas pudding or our mince pies. Don't mind if it's like less of each, but need the mixture.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the game. I just feel like maybe white.
This is all kind of. It still looks kind of fine though, doesn't it?
I don't understand what Black was doing with going for H4 though.
Yeah, maybe trying to stop White doing it.
But surely you want to push the pawns on the side of the board where you have the majority, right?
Yeah. So what, like B5?
But then it's difficult because if you play C4, I might consider taking it, and then either way, okay, you could take on like A4 or whatever and stuff. But yeah, maybe actually we go.
E4 is quite nice, isn't it? Stopping that sort of thing.
But you could play B5 anyway, and then you just try and discourage White from playing moves like this. And you could even play C6 or something, and just sort of wait for White to start pushing stuff before doing things.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose there's no.
But you don't have to rush.
Yeah.
Whereas what he did with like this H4, so White just stops anything with H3. But now it feels to be like White has targets.
Yeah, I still don't see how White.
But
we'll see it, won't we? We'll see how White.
In my opinion, it just makes it easier for White to make a pass pawn.
Yes.
Because now you can play G3.
Yeah.
And then if they ignore it, you might even go G4 and F4.
Yeah. Kevin Winter's prediction is Gawain to win the tournament.
That was my prediction as well. So.
Wow. You started. Kevin's just started reading Gawain's coffee house repertoire books. Oh, so you've got to say when it's a coffee house repertoire, then, which when the opening is coffee house.
I like the fact that Gawain plays he plays a lot of openings that I play, like the E4, E5 stuff. Like I do all of that, and then I want to learn the King's Indian because obviously he plays that. And it's interesting because a lot of people go on about how King's Indian's not even that great, but then he gets really good wins with it. So
I like the King's Indian a lot. Yeah, it's gone a bit out of fashion, hasn't it, at the top level? But yeah, no, at least I think you would like it as well because it's like because you like attacking, don't you? And so it kind of lets you do that. So
I want to learn that, expose myself to more ideas.
Well, I say at the Pro Bridge, where the Pro Viz Vitwigoff was my partner there when someone pulled out, and I offered him. So I offered him as Black against E4. I offered him the choice of I offered him the choice of Alakines or E5, and he simply said E5 is the better move. So that's what we played. So that was the more solid.
Yeah.
Then I offered him as White. I offered him all sorts of choices. He's a lucky man. I offered him either E4 on move 1 with follow-ups of the Mora Gambit and the King's Gambit, or Knight F3 on move 1
And I guess he went knight f3.
You guessed it. You picked knight f3. And then I offered him, as black, against d4, I offered him the choice of f5 or knight f6 with a kind of King's Indian. And he didn't like f5, he's weakening.
Sherry says that. She really, really hates is it the Leningrad Dutch?
The Leningrad Dutch was what I was going to go
Or the
for.
stone,
Really
or is it
no, he didn't.
It might be the stone wall, actually. Stone wall. Anyway, it's like the Dutch in general, because we had this conversation at Europeans, because they were trying to decide on board order as to whether she would sit out or Louise would sit out for a particular game. And she saw her opponent went d4, and she's like, I don't want to play them because I don't have anything against d4. And Lauren was like, don't you play the Dutch? And she was like, I'm never playing the Dutch ever again. And then she reckons it's just really weak.
Felt by all Dutch players. Yeah,
it's really weakening, and it just gives white an advantage from the start. But it's fine. We taught her. Lauren worked with her on the Queen's Gambit declined, and I think she got a good game out of that. So
the thing with Vitrikov, right? And I said to him, well, look, I used to play the King's Indian a lot, but I don't remember all the theory or the moves or whatever. And he said it doesn't matter. He just says, you know the ideas, you'll be fine. It was. He's so strong. But it was fine. It was just like, you do know the ideas, and you don't need to know the exact moves. So we went into this heavy kind of knight c6 mainline King's Indian. He was fine to go into all of that. He just said, well, it doesn't matter. You don't need to know the moves. Just as long as you know the ideas, you'll be okay. And it worked really well.
Fair enough. Yeah, maybe I need to just learn the ideas and then just start. Because I think I've sorted out
Kevin Winter's recommended Spearman's book, King's Indian Warfare. King's Indian Warfare, that sounds.
There's so many King's Indian books there. It's hard to know.
Yeah. And I'm sure, Gawain's done a lot of stuff, hasn't he? He's published stuff, hasn't he, on King's Indian?
Well, I was going to do some streams working through some of the chess.com lessons. So maybe I should do like one King's Indian one on that.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, so I don't like this b6. Like, on move 28, he went b6. I preferred b5 still, even though if it's not necessarily doing much. It's just trying to gain space. And
b5.
Am I predicting computer moves again?
No. I think computer didn't mind between b6 and b5. Computer's happy, relaxed either way.
But yeah, okay. So I want to see. I don't understand how it went so downhill though.
Yeah, let's see. 91. Yeah.
Saying slight advantage for white, but he just pushed on the wrong side of the board, I guess. Yeah, you see, now the white gets c4 in.
c4.
I feel like that makes things difficult because the rook comes out, and then you can't go b5. You can't go b5 because of the c5 pawn. So now I feel like white's basically halted black's structure.
Yeah, the 4 pawns are stopped by 3, aren't they, in a way? A5 takes. Now we've got a funny pawn structure. Takes.
Yeah, so I like what white did here with the...
Yeah.
And then, as I said, black's pawns just became really weak because he'd pushed them so far. And then Mickey blundered with rook g3.
Okay.
So he should have gone...
Fine, isn't it?
He needed to go after the c pawn instead of the h pawn. He obviously missed rook f5, check, rook f3. And thought he was winning the h pawn. But actually, if he'd come for this, if he'd given some checks and then come for the c pawn instead, and so then you can come back for the h pawn if the king moves away. Then it's just fine.
This will be a table-based one, won't it? Let's see what table-based draw.
Yeah, so rook c2, rook e2, rook h2 is fine as well.
Oh, that's interesting. So why is rook h2 fine and rook g3 not?
Okay, if we do this check and rook f3, then you don't have to waste time moving your rook away, I guess. Or maybe it's because if the rook's on the third rank, then you can't then switch to rook c2. Whereas after this line, you can switch to the rook c2 line.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so it's this rook g3 and then table base here. white wins. So that's it.
And then he did mess up later, and the table base gave drawing chance. Yeah, so 57 king f3 didn't make sense. Why not just play king f5? I didn't understand that. It's not that the table base saying king f3, yeah, draw. But like, why would you not bring the king forward, king f5, king e5? Because the problem is when you come back to the third rank, if you ever bring the king forward, you block your rook defending the pawn.
Yeah.
So that didn't really make sense to me. Like, why not bring the king forward and then king f5, saying if they go rook f1, you can even play rook f4 and you're still winning, right? Because
rook f1
pawn
here. Yeah. If they come back, you can just push this.
Yeah, this was interesting. I find that really interesting because of the fact that I play this as black, these lines. But I think I would have improved. I would have played rook e8 on move 18 instead of rook d8.
Okay, yeah.
If I had that position. I also don't think I would have taken on f3. I don't think I would have given up the bishop pair.
Yes. All right. Did you want to see the openings of any of the other games, Zoe?
Yeah. We looked at Danny's. I kind of want to see how Danny's ended up in a draw from the position as well.
Yes, sure. So we got to, where were we? We were
H queen e2. We saw the bishop gave itself up. We saw rook e6, didn't we? And then the queen rook d1. I think it was about move 28 or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick's back. Your student hasn't turned up yet. Oh, that's interesting. It's unfortunate. Yeah, Danny had a tough position earlier. We thought Lawrence would have been doing better if he'd gone for like this b4 and c4 stuff earlier.
We were looking at sort of gaining space on the queen's side for white. Just a bit earlier than this position, weren't we? When we had a few pieces lined up on the
right out of the opening.
Could kind of push these pawns and gain time on them, was what we were thinking.
I might see if Danny's messaged me about it, actually.
You haven't seen Zoe, is Danny your coach?
Yeah, ish.
Yeah.
I play for the same 4NCL team as him. So he's coached me a bit before Europeans and stuff. But he's a good friend of mine. Where can you watch the games live? On chess.com /events.
Yeah, classic English rapid play.
Yeah. You go on chess.com and you go
10
on
minutes, isn't it, till the next game?
Yeah, you go on the tab down the side and find today, and then click on events, and then that opens up all the different events that are going on. And then there's one called English Rapid Play 2021, and then you can find the different games that are currently going on. So I'm obviously just sharing the board part of my screen. I think Natasha's sharing her whole screen.
So I'll show you.
So on the ECF commentary one. Yeah, for anyone watching that.
There, today. So today, and then events. And then there's this kind of an Op FIDE World Championship.
Passport, thanks for getting the link. I need to remove notifications. I find it's really annoying, right? When you have random chatting services and then you close the program, but then if you don't quit it on the taskbar, you get the notifications for it. It does that like Telegram and Discord and stuff. It's annoying. But yeah, if you're watching on the ECF commentary thing, you should be able to see instructions how to do it. If you're watching on my channel, Passport has put a link to the event in the chat.
Today, and my instructions are, there we go.
Events
are less than fluent. Here we go.
Yeah, and then you see there's lots of different events. You have to scroll down a bit because there's various strong events going on. And we've only had round 1 so far, but you can replay the games. And then on the right-hand side, it says all rounds. So the games will appear above them. And then the small things with the results. And then you can actually see the big boards. It's quite a nice layout, I think.
Yeah. And it's a lovely tournament, I think. Just
I really enjoyed the women's one last week.
Really good lineup, and we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to run to the toilet. I'm going to leave you to talk about. Do you want to summarize the rounds that we've just had while I go to the toilet? If that's all right.
I'm going to have a quick look actually at Andrew Horton and John Spielman and just see what the opening was for this one, because John always plays he often plays quite offbeat openings. That said, he's now going to play just like Queen's Gambit declined. It's going to be very standard. Right, he takes on c4. And so actually Andrew Horton's doing well here. But I think it won't bother John particularly. He just kind of wants to get out of the opening, and he often says he just wants to play chess. So he will kind of, as long as he's got a sort of interesting unbalanced position, he'll be just happy. Oh gosh, but if you're looking at the computer evaluation, this is looking just winning for white here. Hi, Passport. Yeah, John plays the Catalan as well. Yes, it's true. And he plays all sorts of stuff, doesn't he? So why is this one so good for white? I'm just looking at things like d5 here for white. Because of that rook, there's a loose rook on a7. Because you could go d5 if the rook moves. You can then throw in d6 and then capture this b pawn. I wonder if that's the thing. Let's see. Takes. Yeah, I suppose black could take on a3 and kind of sacrifice the exchange that way. So here, what takes? Okay, computer didn't like that so much, but then I guess that's because of this. So d5, is there another idea? Computer still likes it for white. I suppose you could do queen c5. Queen c5, then you're going to get takes, and then the rook can take on b4, for example. C5, says Chris. Chris Baker says c5 here. Okay, yeah. And then I was thinking, my sort of plan was to just play d6.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm going to show you, Zoe. Have a look at this position here. So this is
John Spielman.
Andrew Horton against John Spielman. And just...
which move?
Sorry. Looking at the computer evaluation here, after black's move 24, it's showing us a very good, strong position for white.
Plus 4.4.
Yeah, black did go on to win the game. I was just looking at what white might have played, because I was looking at the move d5 in this position. Uncovered tap on that rook on.
Yes, I like that.
d6, so maybe that's a sort of thing that white could have thought about.
He went knight c2 first.
Yes, he did. And knight c2.
c5.
Still doing his great. Yeah. So what happened then?
Then d5. Yeah, this is all looking good. Rook f8, a8. Then queen e2, it starts to drop a bit. Is that why you were suggesting moves like d6?
Yeah.
Or what about instead taking on e6 or something?
Yeah. So maybe here, Don. Andy was well on top. Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Andy was well on top.
This is what normally happens to me in like every game I play, right? I'm like completely winning and then lose.
Yeah, I don't know if he got. It doesn't. It looks like he still had 3 minutes left by the end of the game, so it doesn't look like it was like just.
Yeah, the computer likes knight e1 or h4 or rook d2. Basically, those three moves in any order.
Okay, but
I guess we're just going to go for an attack. We're going to go knight e1, knight f3, h4, knight g4 or something. I don't know. We're going to attack. This is my kind of position.
Coming around here.
And Nick said he likes how Gawain uses the same openings he suggests in his books and courses in the same variations.
It shows you in them, doesn't it?
It's a good advertisement for all the courses and books he writes.
Oh, yeah. So this is still looking good. Knight e3. So the computer doesn't like it that much, but it's still good for white. Knight f8.
And then he finds h4, which it likes.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting whether or not to play d6 is one of the, because that would of course open up the bishop's diagonal.
But I don't think you need to, because black's never going to take off, right?
No. So
King h2, that's still okay.
King h2. Rook a8. Queen f2.
Yeah, maybe he could have done knight g4 at some point. It likes knight g4, knight f2. I think it really wants to put this knight on like g5 or e4 or something, right?
Yeah, okay. So it wants to get this knight round. Yeah, so just kind of... And maybe onto e4?
That's what I was wondering. Because it wanted to go knight e1 before.
Yes.
Now it wants knight g4.
Oh, so just knight g4 straight off?
Yeah, but it wants to follow it up with knight f2.
Yeah.
So I think it wants to stick this knight onto e4 probably, and maybe then we put the knight on d6.
Once that knight is on e4, it's looking at d6. It's looking at c5.
c5, yeah, because then you might play d6, or you might play knight d6, or you might even have tactics of knight f6 check in some lines, which is sort of thing that I would really like playing. Yeah, okay, it makes sense, but it's not that easy to see in time triple, because it's like a lot of moves with this knight, right?
Yeah, and Kevin's saying don't release the tension too early. Steve Giddens used to say. Yeah, so I guess that's, keep that pawn on d5 while you can, and just push it to d6 when it actually wins material or whatever.
But when he went d6, the computer liked d6. So it still really likes his position. Have you got Zoram in your chat? I love Zoram.
I said hello.
Hi, Zoram. Yeah, we love Zoram.
h5, h6, and d6. Okay, so he's done d6.
Yeah, so when he went d6, the computer eval bar liked that.
Yeah, it's still fine, isn't it? So here, knight f1. So these bishops coming off, I guess, is probably not what white ideally wanted. Here.
Yeah, so maybe knight f1 was a mistake. Although actually, the computer just wants you to go g4. My favorite chess move, g4.
G4 now.
And it's saying, well, okay, you're going to trade the bishops, but we're just going to, like, push. And what's white going to do?
Yeah. And then you can still put this knight round to e4, can't you?
Okay, so trades. But I mean, white's still doing. I don't understand how this all went so wrong.
It didn't. Do you know what? It seemed to be gradual, didn't it? Just sort of gradually.
Rook a1 doesn't really make sense though. Like, I know you want to defend this pawn, but do we need to? Like, we've got this attack. The computer wants it wants to stick this knight on e4. It wants to go knight d2 here.
Yeah.
I guess if you ever take on a5, your queen's wandered very far away from your king. Yes. Now knight e4.
Knight e4, knight g4, and then you can do this g4, g5 plan, and it's
we're gonna go g4, g5, and then knight f6.
Yeah.
And how would you stop that?
Yeah. So it doesn't seem to be any big mistake by white. It's more just a sort of gradual, not quite getting to this plan, I guess. Yeah,
which is a shame. It's a sort of plan I would have loved to have seen, because it's exactly the sort of thing that I want to do every time I play a game of chess.
Yeah. Yeah, get this knight to here. I think that's the thing, and then you can...
But he's probably pleased with, like, the chances he had. Oh, and then taking on f6. Yeah, don't take on f6.
So here.
I hate that. I hate... Move 38. Absolutely hate his move. It just weakens your d6 pawn so much. Like, just play knight f3 without even thinking, right? Knight f3, defend everything.
It's true. But after he's been wanting to get it to e4 for so long, he probably doesn't want to go knight f3.
But like, I mean, sure, you've lost some of your advance, but you just can't weaken that pawn. That's just, and then it looks like it all just sort of went a bit downhill from there, right?
Yes, once the knight's got exchanged.
Yeah, the h pawn dropped.
Ah.
And then this b pawn started pushing.
Yes, and now that's, yeah.
And then the d pawn ended up, then the c pawn and the d pawn, and it was a lot of pawns.
Okay, should we see if round 2 is starting?
Oh, it looks like we've got some moves.
Let's go back then. Right.
So
where do you want to start?
Well, we could look at John and Gawain because they both won and now they're playing each other, whereas the others that won aren't playing people that won.
So here we go. English opening. We'll do it from the start just because it's only a few moves in.
English championships.
Yes.
Gotta have some kind of English
championships. English.
Knight f3 first.
Knight f6.
This is where I'm going wrong.
G6 and b3 from John.
Is this stuff given in Gawain's books and courses then? Zoram, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it.
Aww.
Yeah, we love you, Zoram. Zoram's always been very supportive. So. And I love that every time Zoram sends bits, there's loads of cute emotes to look up.
Yeah, I see. Yes, Zoram's put a whole load of you're going to explain all this stuff to me at some point, Zoe.
Has Zoram sent you bits?
Yeah, they're very lovely.
You want me to tell you?
So this opening here.
Wait, Kevin Winter's coached by Steve Giddens. Didn't Steve Giddens write like 100 things you must know or something? Or no, he wrote some kind of
quite
book.
A few books, and he's written one about. He's written an opening repertoire for people that don't want to learn any theory.
I'm going to Google this.
It wasn't quite exactly that, but something like that. Because he also used to coach, like when he was very little, he used to coach Matthew Sadler.
I swear I've read a book by him.
You would have. He writes.
I'm just gonna look up what books he's written because I think it's the 100 Things, isn't it? I don't know.
He might have.
It's like it's because I used it a lot for coaching. Yeah, no, is it the 50 Essential Chess Lessons? Maybe is it that one rather than 100? It's not given in part 1, but maybe in part 2. Yeah, I think part 2 is coming out. Yeah.
Oh, so there's going to be the
yeah, by the chess. Yeah, no, 50 Essential Chess Lessons. I think maybe not. I don't know. I recognize the name. I think I've read some kind of book by him.
Yeah. Okay, so Gawain might be releasing more stuff on this very opening on Monday.
It's also out. Yeah, on the site that we shall not mention. Yeah. Interesting. E3 castles. 50 Essential Chess End Games. I'm reading 100 End Games You Must Know at the moment. That's also a different one.
Yes.
Oh, you meant part 2 on book.
That's a good one to read, Zoe. 100 Endings.
Yeah, I'm working through it at the moment because
I
haven't got that far because I'm doing a lot of things at once. I've done like all of this. I've done all of the basic things where he goes, "This is stuff you absolutely must know," like at the very start.
Yes.
And then I've done some of the king and pawny type stuff that comes next. But I'm also looking at Dvoretsky as well. So yeah. Jesus, the 100 Endgames You Must Know. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, books by. Maybe I haven't looked at a Steve Giddens book. I just recognise the name.
Yeah, no, he's written quite a lot. He's written a lot of books. I was trying to remember.
He's done 101 chess opening traps, how to build your chess opening repertoire, 50 essential chess lessons, 101 chess endgame tips, golden nuggets of endgame wisdom, 50 ways to win at chess, and the greatest ever chess endgames.
Wow.
Yeah, 100 endgames you must know is good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm going to do the chess.com insights feature. Have you looked at this feature yet?
No.
I don't know if you've come across it.
No.
So it's a new feature on chess.com called Insights, which I haven't looked at because I'm going to do it on stream.
Yes.
But it's basically supposedly tells you loads of stats about stuff and what you need to do to improve and what you're good at and stuff and bad at.
Oh, very good.
So I'm quite excited about this.
So Zoe, when's your stream schedule? When are you doing it?
Don't know. Obviously, I've been ill in bed with flu for the last week, but I think I'm gonna try and stream this thing again tomorrow. If you're around, I'm happy to do it with you. I don't know if you're busy or not.
I'm hoping to be around, but it depends on something I've got to do in the morning. But hopefully, yes.
But yeah, so I'm gonna try and stream that, and then next week I'm going to do a stream on chess.com lessons and chess.com insights at some point.
Very good.
And then if Danny's available, gonna do one where I play some training games against him and then we analyze them.
Very nice.
Which should be quite exciting. But yeah, I just need to work out my schedule because I don't really know what I'm doing in life at the moment.
It's hard to plan them far in advance, I must say. I've got one upcoming, which is we do on this channel often the Quarantine League. So I've got John Ems and I are going to do one on Thursday, following English chess players team.
Yeah, we need to get the England team doing more stuff on chess.com, I think.
Yes. Yeah, no, there is. I wonder what they. Yeah, okay, we'll check that out as well.
Because was it Loz Cooper who made he made an English women's team on chess.com. Because but yeah, no, we need to do. You should do more of the chess.com ones.
Yes, yeah. I will follow that up. Sorry. Okay.
Steve's new book called The Lasker Method to Improve Your Chess, co-written with Gerard Welling, uses Lasker as a role model for all phases of the game. That sounds quite interesting, to be fair. I want to look at more high-level games. You know what? I would put I reckon Gwain's going to beat John. Because I think Gwain's really on form. And then looking at the game that John had, although John won, and when we came on to it, we were like, oh, this is good. Actually looking at the game, he really should not have ever won that.
He was worse out of the opening for sure, wasn't he?
Yeah. And look at this opening.
For John.
It looks quite
what we'd expect for this game,
what he's done.
Yeah. We might expect Gawain to get an advantage of the opening, and then it's can Gawain deliver a checkmate, or can John get into the end game, which is his kind of probably preferred part. So we'll see.
But then Gawain is a much, much stronger player than Andrew Horton, so we'll have to see.
We will see. Okay.
I'm quite excited about this. Sure, I want to look at Danny versus Luke as well.
Luke. Yes, here we go. So,
mainly because I like the fact that they've played e4, e5.
Oh, okay.
But we have got a D3 Berlin.
A Berlin, okay.
So we're in the D3 Berlin, because I used to play the Berlin as black. I've now just switched because I like the Marshall. But I used to play against D3, I went D6. Because I used to be coached by Adam Hunt when I was like a lot younger.
Yeah.
And he looked at the bishop c5 line with me, and then he looked at the d3 line with me as well. And I really like this d3 line. And the idea is if white goes c3, you go g6 and fianchetto. And I had this against Neil McDonald in the Foreign CL a few years ago. Yeah. And I ended up losing in the end, but I actually had an advantage going into the endgame, and then basically was holding it for ages and ages and ages and never should have lost and just blundered in time trouble at the end. So definitely I think it's... I like this for black a lot, to go d6 and g6. D6 is what Steve recommends.
So Kevin's saying he thought Danny would get you to play the Sicilian.
Danny? Yes. Oh, he's tried. I don't really listen to him.
No.
He told me that he gets really annoyed every time I don't play the open Sicilian as white. He told me I need to give up all of the other nonsense and just play open Sicilian. And I was like, I don't think open Sicilian is very good because it's too theoretical. It doesn't get me what I want. Yeah. Basically, my advice is if Danny's coaching you, you need to listen to him sometimes. He has actually prepped me with some really, really good lines before. Some of the stuff. So I don't know if you remember, it was a very long time ago, but the English Women's Championships back in 2019.
Okay.
So I was playing Annam Sheikh in round 2. And she's someone I've always struggled against because the openings that I play fit with her style. So I normally end up drawing when it's games I feel like I should be winning.
Yeah.
So I said to Danny, I was like, I don't want to do this. And he helped me prep for that. And I had a really good game against her. So he has come up with some really good prep for me and knows what suits me. But I do completely blatantly ignore him sometimes. Well, you can ask Lauren as well. At Europeans, Lauren would suggest stuff and I'd just be like, no, I'm not doing that.
I know, but sometimes you don't feel like that. Sometimes you feel like a particular opening or you don't feel like
but I think that's why I work quite well with coaches because I know if something's going to suit me or not. And then we get down to something. So Lauren, the game that I went like to D4, that was his idea. That was because he was suggesting something and I was like, I just don't feel like this.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I want an opening where I castle queenside and attack, but in an E4, E5. And he came up with that line and obviously it worked really, really well for me. So...
Okay, do you know anything about this bishop c5? Luke's chosen to
I don't really know much about that. I know Gawain does this stuff with bishop c5 as well. I did have a conversation with Gawain at Europeans about it. But I've never played this line myself. I just know it's meant to be like the most active move.
Yeah. Okay, so Danny then exchanges. Yeah. And castle.
Yeah, queen e7.
Knight d2 and bishop g4. Luke.
H3, bishop h5, rook e1. Knight d7. Yeah, knight d7 is a move that I've come across in a lot of these exchange lines at some point. In the mainline stuff with a6 as well. And just this idea of like really solidifying the e-pawn once the d-pawn's exchanged off.
Yeah. Kind of black's not giving away much here. Not like where is black going to put the king?
Well, I think from Luke's point of view, he's just beaten Mickey, right? Which is a very strong result. Luke, you're right. Going f6 as well. Yeah, basically we go 97 f6 against a lot of these things. But yeah, so he's just beaten Mickey. Great result, but very, very long game. And I think he's probably going to go into this he's black against a strong grandmaster. He's just going to try and be solid and hope that Danny messes up. Yeah. Because like this is one of those things where you need some wins, but you're not going to win every single game at this high level. And I think the players have enough respect for each other, even if they significantly outrate someone. They have enough respect to not think it's going to be easy.
Yeah, I think they're going to kind of play moves for a while, aren't they? And then see what the positions are.
And it's like the women's one. You had people beating each other that were like all over the place. It was really hard to predict. Apart from Lan, who was like did very, very well. They were like, you'd beat someone and then they'd beat someone else who'd then beat you. And then it was like...
I know, yeah.
It was quite amusing.
So knight f1.
Knight f5. It's an interesting thing. I like this knight on f5, but then actually where's it really going from there?
Yeah. And interesting that Luke chose to take on f3.
Yeah, he gave up the bishop. But then what else do you play, to be fair? If you go
what else do you play?
bishop
if
g6.
You go bishop back to g6, it's just kind of a little bit... Oh, sorry, I was looking at a tactic. I mean, can you actually do knight takes e5 and then...
Well, I was wondering if you could go for h4. I know you've just gone h3, so it looks a bit weird, but...
And then threatening to trap this bishop, so white would have to go... so black would have to go
h5 or h6. But then this almost looks like some of the Caro type positions you get apart from... I think this is better. You also might have ideas of bishop g5 if you go h5.
Yeah.
And then I think white's just going to go c3 and then potentially queen b3, and it's really difficult to deal with because your bishop can't get back to e6 or
Black's not
anything.
safe yet. So this, okay. So it's probably wisest what Luke did to take on f3.
Yeah, give it the bishop pair. Nick predicts this game is going to be a draw. Interesting.
Maybe it could be.
I think it's really hard to tell this early on in rapid play. Anything can happen.
Yeah. So Kevin's asking, have I improved as a result of working with Matthew over the years by osmosis? I'd have to say my grade has gone down over the years, but I think that there's many factors in that, including just life and being busy with lots of stuff. So, but I think writing books, then I think that that does help, because you kind of focus on chess a lot, and also new angles. I'd recommend that, Zoe, actually. Yeah, if you ever get a chance also.
I find commentary really helps me, because it exposes you to high-level games. And when you're working with someone else, like I'm working with you or working with Danny or working with someone else stronger than you, and then they see different ideas and stuff, and you get the human perspective. But then also when you have the eval bar, you get the computer perspective, and then you're looking at the best games in the world.
Trying to work out what the computer's got in mind.
Like up-to-date theory and stuff. I think that really helps me personally.
Yeah. Now, Chris Baker's saying Gawain is winning with bishop h2 check.
Let's go look at that.
To that one and just see what's going on there.
Oh, wow. Okay, what happened? Where did we leave it at? We left it about move 10 or 11, didn't we?
Oh, did we?
A6. Yeah, we left it something around move maybe 12, and I was like, oh, this is a really passive structure by white.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's he doing? Queen c2, queen b1.
K8, queen b1. Yeah.
And then bishop a1. Yeah, this just looks like John's giving Gawain everything he wants.
Giving Gawain a chance to build something up, because white's kind of developing slowly here. Yeah,
look at these beautiful bishops for black raining down on this king.
Yeah.
Gawain's won already.
Oh no, rookie one.
Bishop h2.
Takes
king f1. Knight takes e3. Nice piece stack. And queen f5.
Knight takes e3. So if it's recaptured, you're just going to go queen e3 and queen g1, mate. Is that?
No, you went queen f5.
Takes queen f5. So now what's bishop f3? Just take it off.
I mean, presumably queen e3. Queen e3 probably. Queen e3 computer absolutely hates.
Oh, right. Probably the bishop just moves out the way and the king's got an escape square. Yeah, no, this is much better.
Bishop f3 probably, so that we make sure that we defend that, because if you take off, you can't, because we attack your queen, so you can't play bishop takes f3, And if you go queen g1, we go king e2. And then if you take on f3, we take with the king. Oh, that's beautiful. You have to take with the king.
So, here we go. Oh, so the only move here is bishop f3.
Yeah, so if queen e3, you have to go bishop f3.
So let's.
And then
queen e3, bishop f3.
Queen g1, king e2. Bishop takes f3, and you have to take with the king.
The king takes, but you're fine.
But then and then the computers say it's about +1.
But the move Gawain actually played is much better.
Queen f5.
Queen f5 check.
Yeah,
but it's completely in a box. It has absolutely, so its own pieces are blocking it.
So you have to go bishop f3.
Only move is bishop f3.
And then we take
it off. Takes and checkmate. And so John Spielman has resigned
after 20 moves. Is that counts as a miniature, right?
That is a miniature,
I think.
Yeah,
that's pretty exciting stuff.
Yes, so congratulations to Gawain, who moves on.
But I do think Gawain could dominate this, to be honest, because I think the thing is, as you were saying, John plays some of these like dodgy passive openings, and because Andrew Horton had a lot of chances in round 1 to try and take advantage of that, but didn't quite manage. So I think it's a case with him, like, if you strike in the opening and make the most of that, then you could get a chance to win. But if you don't, then he's going to come back strong in the end game.
He'll come back. Yeah.
But yeah, really, really beautiful game by Gwen there.
Yes.
So he's beaten Ravi and he's beaten John. So probably not his strongest competitors yet because, I mean, Ravi's very strong, but also less experienced. And John, although very strong, we've established his openings are quite weak, which gives opportunities. So probably on paper, not the strongest. He's still got to face the likes of Luke and Mickey, which are obviously going to be the really tough games.
Reading ahead to which rounds he's playing.
Yeah, actually, I think
Wayne next is playing Marcus, then Andrew Horton in round 4, and round 5 he is playing Amit. So he's got.
So he's got all the tough people tomorrow. And Danny tomorrow as well.
Then Luke, then Mickey.
Ooh.
And in the final round,
but then if he can start off with a lot of wins today. Where is the English Rapid Champs being held? It is being held in London, in Marylebone.
Yes.
Which is very convenient for me when I went, have to admit, because it's a 20-minute walk from Marylebone Station, which is where my train came into.
Yes, it's a very nice venue, isn't it? It's like a kind of like conference facility.
Yeah, it was conference centre.
Lovely auditorium. I don't know which room they're holding the Rapid Play in, but there's this lovely auditorium where you can kind of have the crowd there, and then players up on the stage. I don't know if they're holding it.
Lots of rooms. It was a bit confusing with the corridors. There's a Cavendish Conference Centre. I think they just hired out the entire building. So they had lots of different rooms for different things. Yeah. And a VIP area for players, which is quite nice.
Yeah, they also had in the evenings, and I think they maybe have one tonight as well. They had Blitz tournaments. And so last week, I think Keith Arkle won one of the Blitz events.
Be interesting to see if any of these players decide to play. I wouldn't be surprised if Danny did. Marcus probably. Some of these players, I mean, it depends how seriously they want to take it, because on the one hand, you might want to go home, get a good night's sleep, maybe do some prep. But on the other hand, while you're there, you could have a bit of fun. But yeah, no, I think that was a really, really nice game by going. But yeah, so he's got Marcus next. Should we take a look at Marcus' game, actually? Because Marcus beat Amit in round 1. It looked like he had a nice win there.
Yeah. So
he could be one to watch, I reckon.
Because he's been having a very good summer as well, if I remember right. I think
well, he's missed out on GM norms, but he has got IM now. So although he's officially still FM at the moment on this, because I think his title's waiting to be verified. Same with Ravi's like officially IM on this, but like Ravi is now a GM and Marcus is now an IM. They just need it to be confirmed by FIDE.
Yeah. Okay. So this one was another English opening.
Yeah,
very appropriate.
English opening in the English Championships.
The English Rapid Play. And what is this? Iron English. This is a sort of Maroxy bind type.
Yeah, with the pawns on E4 and C4. But is it still a Maroxy when Black hasn't gone like E6 and D?
Maybe it's not
E5. Because if they've gone
this is
E5,
sort of clamping,
but then if they have the option of E6 and D5, it's maybe not quite so much. But yeah, it's this idea of like really controlling the D5 square.
Yeah. Okay, F3.
That's my kind of move.
And the knight comes in on D5. So queens could be exchanged, but if you take on D2, then white will throw in this, possibly throw in 7.
So this is like a puzzle rush tactic. Queen takes D2. What is our intermezzo? We can throw in the move. Knight takes E7 check. King moves, and then we recapture the queen. We've still got a way out for our knight, and we've just grabbed a pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe Black gets some play for it, but a pawn is a pawn.
Black, yes, takes on D5.
Yeah.
And the queens come off this way round.
But I quite like White's position here. This pawn chain's quite nice.
Yeah, and White's got the bishops again.
Be interesting if Marcus wins this. Marcus will be on 2 out of 2 as well.
Yes. Yeah. So Marcus, he just beat Amit in the previous round, so he would.
Which is a decent result because Amit
Very
is
good result, yeah.
Yeah, chief. You know, Louise beat Amit at some kind of rapid or blitz thing. She was very pleased with her. So I think she said it was one of her best ever results in that time control. Because obviously he's a very strong player.
Definitely. Yeah.
Oh, it is a Maroxy because of. Oh yeah, I mean it probably still is. I was just wondering because they can go e6 and d5 whether it still is. I know it definitely, but I mean fair enough, probably is. G4, my favorite chess move ever. Yeah, Natasha, if you know, we've got a command in my Twitch channel, exclam G4.
Oh,
I'll put it in my chat. Right?
Yeah.
If I go exclam G4,
yeah,
you can see what it says. It says, if G4 is a valid chess move, it should be considered.
Very good.
Yeah. We've got an E5 one as well. It's like E5 patzes. Yeah. Because, G4 is right, E5 is flat.
There's a book just on G4 ideas. I imagine that was one of the books you were brought up on, Zoe.
If not, I've just literally become obsessed with G4 recently because I've become obsessed with the whole like 150 attacks type stuff with F3 and G4, and I just keep playing it in all the positions. But you know, there's a book one of my mods picks sent in a group chat that I'm in. And it's called Attacking with G2, G4, and it's a new in chess book. So I think that might be going on my Christmas list.
Wow.
Wait, is Amit an actuary?
Sorry?
Someone just asked if Amit is another actuary.
No, I don't think that he is. But he might be an accountant.
Luke's an accountant, right?
Luke?
I think Luke's an accountant.
Is he? No, I don't think so.
But does he not do something to do with like investment banking or something?
Doing banking and that kind of thing. Oh, investments.
Oh yeah, maybe investment banking, yeah. He does something to do with financially stuff in banks in London and earns lots of money probably.
Yes. I asked him this week if he was a professional chess player, but I didn't understand whether his answer was yes or no, so I'm not quite sure.
But yeah, I like this G4.
An actuary is, it's like, I guess, the German name for it is Versicherungsmathematiken, which is insurance mathematician. So it's like doing sort of a mixture between sort of maths and risk management as part of normally insurance companies.
I normally define it as you do statistical analysis to maximize profits for insurance companies. And that's how I've been summarizing it to people.
Okay.
It's quite exciting though. I'm very excited for.
Yes.
It's fun work. Good. G4. You know,
there's like about 5 years of exams before you get.
Oh, I quite like exams actually. So I'd be fine. But you know, for Willis Towers Watson, where I'll be working, their new CEO, Carl Hess, is Robert Hess's dad.
Oh. No, I didn't know that. Ah, okay.
So he's like currently officially, I think he's called like president or something. But then from January the 1st or whatever, he'll take over as CEO. So he's like lined up for that. And he's Robert Hess's dad.
How exciting.
So there's a link to chess right at the very top.
Very good, very good.
But yeah, no, I like this G4 move. He's doing the move that Andy never played in round 1 that he should have been playing.
Right, I'm going to do it. Oops, that wasn't what I meant to do. I was going to show you G4 in slow motion. There we go. So G4. So he throws in a bishop.
Motion.
Well, repeat. Action replay. An action replay of the G4 move here. Yeah.
I don't like Rook C4 though. I mean, I suppose he just like, I don't know.
The bishop has to go somewhere. Okay. And it has, I suppose what it does is make that bishop choose right away which diagonal it wants to stay on. So whether it wants...
do you not feel like you might want the rook on c7, right?
Yeah.
And then how would you deal with that e-pawn? And then you might start thinking about moves like opening up this F file somehow, maybe F4, F5 at some point, or G5. I don't really know. It was just...
Yeah, and actually black takes this pawn now. So takes on B2.
G5, knight H5. Oh, he then takes on A4. Okay, so we see a trade.
Yeah.
I still like white's position, but I feel like maybe he missed some chances. Oh, H6 is a really nice move, actually. This idea of like sacking a pawn, but your king gets safe, and then this pawn, although it's defended at the moment with this bishop, it could become quite weak in the future.
It'll drop off at some
point. And it was a bit annoying on G5, stopping this knight being able to get back to F6 and stuff. So I like that move. H4 has been played. And now we're waiting. So yeah, now, no, bishop E5, F4. Let me see. So he's provoking F4, I guess, because that's always going to come after bishop E5.
When you start working, we'll challenge your company to a chess match. You've got Richard Tozer. I don't know if you know him. He's
I do, but so one of the students that Lauren coaches, her dad works at Willis Towers Watson.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, so they've actually they've got a chess club.
Have they?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got it. We had a new starter who used to play for Ireland. He's quite strong. Just
make some kind of weird varsity match between the various companies.
If
I think that'd be quite fun. I think it'd be great fun.
Yeah.
Especially if because I'll be based in the Reigate office, so I can get to Epsom quite easily. We could do Reigate office versus Willis Towers Watson versus your Epsom office. Maybe we can make a whole league down there because there are quite a few different companies that have offices in that sort of area, I think.
Yeah. Ah, cool.
Yeah, so what do you think about this position after? So king takes h6. I still think white is slightly better. And the time advantage, again, Marcus seems to be getting these huge time advantages with slightly better endgames with a bishop versus a knight. And then his opponent blunders because they just have so little time. So it'll be interesting if the same thing happens again here. But I could see potentially at some point him taking on c3 and bringing the king across.
I was just thinking about this, yes, because if you take on c3...
Can you take on c3, go king e3, bishop d1 to just get rid of that knight? But then I guess black's king's going to invade.
Yeah, and you're going to end up, if you do manage... You can end up... You know the other game we were looking at with the bishop and then you get a passed rook's pawn? So this one, if the black b4 pawn goes onto the c file, white would then have this passed a pawn, which could be very hard to stop.
I'll definitely be considering taking.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone a4. There you go. Okay, so that's...
Oh, that's a really nice move, actually, because obviously he can't take on Passant because then this bishop drops.
Yeah.
And we still cover this promotion square. And he can't take on d2 because we take on c8.
Yes.
And yes, was f5 check perhaps another interesting move? With the same idea that they can't take on d2 because we take on c8. So maybe the king has to be forced back somewhere. Maybe it weakens stuff, I don't know. But yeah, this a4 move's interesting.
I do like this a pawn now, isn't it? It's kind of...
Rook c8.
It's going to be hard to stop this thing, right? So you could... What do you want? I don't know.
I think the live board's messed up. Maybe I need to reload this.
Oh.
Rook c8. Right, is this the point? Yeah, sorry, it messed up a bit. Right, we've got... I think it's this position after bishop e3, rook c8.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is because of this.
Yeah, I think Marcus is going to get another win here. So that would put Marcus and Gwaine on 2 out of 2.
gosh, yeah.
Well, should we leave him to win it? Yeah. I kind of want to go back to Luke and Danny. I know we've already looked at it.
Just say that. Yes. Yeah. Because we only got a little way there.
And Luke could be another one that could potentially get to 2 out of 2 if he can beat Danny. So
let's see. So we've got I've got showing on the board at the moment is just after Queen takes F3. So knight E6.
Yeah, knight E6, knight, and this is where I said I liked the knight on F5. I wasn't really sure where it was going from there.
F5 as well, yeah. Well, there's been lots of people quoting that once it's knight F5, it's mate.
Danny's messed up, unfortunately. Apparently,
Danny's messed up. Let's see.
So knight D6. That's an interesting move. Quite a nice tactic. Forces King E7.
D6.
Kings come off. Okay, so presumably there's a reason he can't take on B7. It's just bishop B6, and then is that knight getting trapped?
I think again, yeah. I think it's another one of these knights that's kind of misadventured.
Yeah, that's worth just looking up. Okay, so
he has won a. Oh no, he's not won a pawn, but he's.
It looks like Luke's already won. Yeah.
Ooh. We'll just whiz through then.
Oh, so every game's going to be decisive then this round. Yeah, okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, Danny's not going to be happy with his performance. You know, he said on Twitter that we're only allowed to commentate if he's doing well. And if he's not, we have to stop.
Okay. Well, we can always skip. We can always game hop, can't we, if it's not going well?
I mean, to be fair, these players are tough. RRP, the English language. Thank you for the follow. Why are we dissing the English language?
No.
Interesting. Try and commentate in the style of Danny. I don't think I want to do that.
You'd probably be able to, wouldn't you? You've done a few with him.
It would be like, let's check the computer. And then he'd go on a tangent and he'd be like, someone give me an actor or actress to give films for.
I think Danny also, he sometimes beats himself up a bit, doesn't he? Once if he doesn't have a good game. So I hope he doesn't do that.
He's known for punching walls and stuff. Yeah, it's unfortunate because it looks like White was doing quite well.
Yes. Yeah, he was fine, wasn't he? Once with that knight D6 and knight C4 looked absolutely fine.
Please stop saying Gunner and wanna. I speak English poorly, evidently.
R.I.P. the English language. Oh dear. So Mickey has won against Amit. Gawain we saw. Lawrence against Ravi. Lawrence has won.
I want to see how Danny messed this up, though.
Yes. Okay.
Oh wait, did he just leave a rook on pre?
It does.
What?
There was something on H. So where did we get to?
Surely not. I'm gonna refresh this to double check. Rook E3. He just, unless the board is messed up, he's just literally left his rook on pre. I mean, was there a problem with playing rook takes F3?
H1, rook T8, king E2, F3 check is fine still. King D2, rook F8, rook H3, knight F4. Oh, he really has, hasn't he?
Oh, for some reason I can't see the time spent on each move.
But he's got plenty of time left. He's still got 6 minutes left. So
wait, but he spent a minute and a half on rook E3. This doesn't make much sense at all. There is a daddy playing. Daddy Gormali. Yeah, it looks like he went rook E3 here and just left his rook on pre. That is actually horrendous. I'm sorry,
yeah, because he had a perfectly okay position, didn't he? He just needs to, take on F3? Is that...
Nick. Yeah, but then you wouldn't have become my adopted brother, Nick.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Nepo's going to become synonymous for blundering. It's not good.
Yeah, I feel really bad for Nepo. It was really interesting that the game where he, went C4 or whatever, allowing c5 and his bishop getting trapped. I did exactly that sort of thing against someone. I think it was against Julie O, maybe? No, maybe not. No, it was against someone else. It was in like the online British thing.
Yeah.
But I ended up winning eventually, but I shouldn't have.
No.
But I did exactly that thing, just getting my bishop trapped in with like, it was on a7 or something, and then c5 happened.
Yeah.
And then I was like, this is a Zoe kind of blunder. Nepo shouldn't be doing that. But did Danny, I want to know if he genuinely did go rook e3 here, or if that's like an error with the eval bar.
Looks like that's what he's done. Is the game's actually over? Yeah. I think he probably did. All right. So
because you could just take on f3, right? And okay, maybe black's slightly better, but
right. So just one game going on, and that's Marcus Harvey, and this was the one with the A pawn.
Is rook e3 the worst move on the board?
Well,
do you know, Natasha, do you know Tim Dickinson?
I do know Tim Dickinson, and I know about the worst move on the board.
Yeah, he does. He likes posting because he does a lot for like Oxford chess, so I know him quite well.
Yes, very nice guy.
He works for the 4NCL, so he inputs a lot of games into the database, and he posts worst move on the board questions,
how embarrassing.
which it's really, really funny. But yeah, it would be funny if we could get a list of every single chess move. And is there anything that's worse than that? Maybe. Is there any way to force yourself into a checkmate? I don't think so. Or maybe because if you could play knight c2 here, that would be worse. But I don't think we can. Teleport the knight to c2. Would win a prize. Rook e2 is rook e2 worse than rook e3? Maybe because
how's he going to come back from that? Is he? I
don't know. He's probably very angry.
It's a short time, isn't it, to recover? Like half an hour, maybe he's got.
King e3 is king e3. Yes. Okay, Audrey's found the move which allows a mate in one. So king e3 would have been slightly worse than rook e3. Though it would have allowed a pretty funny mate, which would have been a bit more amusing than allowing knight takes h3. So Harvey's winning the 5 decisive. Yeah, exactly. So round 1 was 4 decisive games. Round 2, 5 decisive games. Assuming he is still winning.
So he's a little bit up on the clock. He's still got this passed A pawn.
I need to reload this. I'm not sure whether.
Yeah. So at the moment, Andrew Horton's kind of counter-attacking by trying to attack this.
Let's see.
So the question is, can you go? Oh God, the computer's showing it as level actually.
No, I think the eval bar is broken because it goes plus 9.23 and then it's like, which is slightly unfortunate.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if
but it's 2 extra pawns, isn't it? But it is opposite colour bishop, so you've always got to be worried. But I think the pawns are just too strong.
Well, black's starting to take. Oh, if black takes back on f4, then we might have a trick now with d7 check, rook takes, and then pawn on to a7.
Yeah, I was also wondering whether there's any kind of bishop takes f7 tactical ideas at some point as well.
Yeah. But now
why can't we go d7 check? Yeah.
D7, yeah. Because if king.
Are we coming up with guys?
Rook b1 says Chris Baker.
Picks. We're rooting for Trent. Why are we rooting for Trent? We haven't actually looked at the game that. Oh, because Lawrence beat Ravi.
Trent. Yeah, Trent and Ravi.
Should we okay, so it looks like Marcus is going to win this. So should we go look at.
Let's have a quick look at. So, yeah, let's have a quick
look. Well, it was e4, e5 as well. We approve of the opening.
We do like those. E4, e5. Okay. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah, we both approve.
We like these ones. 2 nights. So you and I have had some encounters in this, haven't we, Zoe?
Probably.
E3, h6.
I don't like h6 though. I was coaching someone the other day and I was going on about how h6 is just the most pointless move to play on move 4 because we don't care if they go bishop g5 because if they go bishop g5 then we're going to go h6. So I was absolutely slating 4h6 to my student. It's not pointless. It's a setup to play g5. Yeah, but we want to set up to play g5 after they've gone bishop g5. But yeah, so that's quite funny. It's not that terrible a move. I was just saying that it's a bit pointless because when you don't need to be afraid of bishop g5 basically. A4 and then bishop e7. Yeah, I like sticking my bishop on c5 instead. Lawrence seems to be just playing stuff to get out of theory.
He might be doing one of my. Oh, he is. He's doing my plan with early king h. Oh no, not quite. He's doing an early king h8. But he's doing it with knight g7.
But it looks like he is
king h8 and.
This is also theory.
And f5 sometimes.
Yeah, but he's probably trying to avoid mainline stuff like.
Yeah, sure he is.
The line you play is better. Thank you.
He's going to push his kingside pawns though.
Yeah, actually, maybe I should take this up. I like this.
This is your sort of thing, Zoe. Your sort of thing. King h8 and then f5. This is how you do it. And once you start playing the King's Indian, it'll all fall into place.
I'll just be doing King's Indian against e4 as well.
Yeah. f5, here you go. This is how you do it.
Yeah, so it looks like Ravi went d4 too quickly then.
Yeah.
So what are you meant to do? Are you meant to play on the queen side or go knight d2 or something? Because the computer just hated him going d4 and stuff, and it just said black. It just looked like it's better, but yeah, maybe knight d2 and then.
Yeah, I suppose you just get your knight out, right? And then if you want to, you can, and into f5 eventually. Just come around f1 and g3 maybe.
This f5 plan's also theory, but you knew it with knight g8, not knight h7. Yeah. What? So is that what you play, Natasha? So instead of knight h7,
I've definitely played this before.
King h8 and then knight g8.
Yeah. And then f5 and it's the same as what Lawrence has done basically, but I just did it with knight on.
But then this knight maybe comes to g5 in some lines.
Knight. Oh yes, black knights can come to g5.
Yeah, yes. Maybe you should take up this knight h7 idea. Do it this way instead.
Yeah,
you could be inspired by this game.
You have to watch out for, but it doesn't work in this position. But the thing you'd have to watch out for if white does somehow manage to get a knight in like h4 and g6, then that's actually mate.
Yeah.
But you'd watch out for that. That's not going to happen.
It would be quite funny, to be fair. We teleport this knight here.
Yeah.
Yeah. After d4 f5, this is if white had two moves. But unfortunately, we only get. Oh, I don't want to play that. We only get one move. Yeah. So, but yeah, it looks like Ravi rushed too much with this. Oh, and taking on d6. Oh, I like this for black. This bishop.
Of course you do. This is your thing. You'll like this, line.
Yeah, I like what's happening for black.
Knight g5. He is doing knight g5. So actually, with knight h7, I'm going to try that as well.
Yeah, you can take this up.
Take up Lawrence Trent's openings.
I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
Especially if he was subbed in for someone and then he drew with Danny and then now beat Ravi.
Yeah. It's all good.
But he doesn't like knight g5 as much. Maybe we can play some kind of queen h4 first.
How's knight g2 working? Knight g2.
Knight g2?
Yeah.
Do you mean knight d2?
No. Knight g2, black played on move 17.
Oh, knight takes g. Oh, sorry, I wasn't that far yet. Knight d3. Rook f1, knight f4. Bishop g4, knight takes g2.
Just trying to work out what it's.
Does it work?
What's going on? I suppose it does. Oh, does it now?
Can you make Natasha slightly louder? Is that any better? Oh, do you want to say something?
Yes. Oh, yes. I should talk so we can hear. Yeah.
Is that better, Pigs?
Way better. Oh, good.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay. So what is the plan? So he's putting knight in on f3. So okay, that threatens bishop g4. So bishop takes c8, queen takes c8. And I guess black's just threatening to come in.
Apparently rook h1 was a massive blunder.
Oh.
Does that allow some kind of forced mate? Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff. But okay, so rook h1 was a massive blunder. So Zoe's antlers are amplifying the sound.
King f1. King here. Here. Oh, because black's king cannot come out.
This pawn on e4 is really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he sacks the rook as well now. Oh, he only had 20 seconds left as well. He will see.
So what's the line? If bishop takes, it's queen d3, king e1, and knight g2, mate.
Queen d3. The knight comes back to g2, the other knight to g2. This Trent guy seems really good.
It's a nice game, isn't it? It's a really nice game.
I want to see Trent play Gawain now.
Yes.
This is why Zoe wisely goes 4 knight g5 to avoid all of this.
Yeah.
Before knight g5 allows some other interesting lines.
This looks quiet for black. It looks like you're being really quiet with d6. Yeah.
I like this. Oh, that's nice. So they can't take with the bishop. Okay, so he takes with the king. But then rook f8, and what do we play?
So rook f8. If king
e2, I guess we go queen g. It was queen g4. It's actually. Oh, what about queen g4 with the idea? Maybe not. I was just gonna say if king f2.
Yeah, that works, doesn't it? Because you have to go.
And it's knight g1, so you have to block with one of your knights.
And then that's got to be good for black.
Yeah, but apparently there's a forced mate. There's a mate in 6. So maybe queen g2. So you have to go bishop bishop f2 is mate in 1. You have to go king e1. And then where's the forced mate? Do we just take the rook? We could just take the rook, to be fair, right?
I think taking the rook's good enough, isn't it? Yeah.
We don't need to. We don't
need to, mate.
We can find this checkmate after doing that. Grab the rook, then maybe we look for a checkmate.
If we feel like it.
Trent was recently next to David and Yavanka, so he might have absorbed some of their power by osmosis.
Maybe. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that is beautiful. We've had some really nice sort of semi-miniature type stuff here.
Yeah.
So king, rook, yeah. And that's really, really nice finish. But so rook h1 was a massive blunder because of
how
this.
Was it if
so what
doesn't go
yeah.
there?
How do we stop that?
So if instead, so we're at move.
Okay, so the
just
problem was this. So okay, so instead of rook h1, let's.
So how do you defend? So okay, threat is
because the eval bar says dead equal, so it thinks that there's a defense. But so presumably h3 is no good because if you go knight h4, you move the king away anyway. So
let's say we take on f3 with one of those knights. Let's say. With this knight on d2.
Yeah, the d2 one, so that we have this escape.
No, eval bar does not like that.
Is there some kind of queen g4?
Could be, yeah. Queen g4. King h1.
And then pawn takes,
pawn.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That looks good for black.
Yeah, because you got the threat of mate on g2, but also the mate on h2 if
yeah, like queen h3 and
yeah.
Yeah, and then you can always sack the rook on f3. You don't know that eval bar has emotion. Always listen to the eval bar. Okay, so it's not that knight, and I don't think it would make a difference taking with the other knight. It's not rook h1. It's not h3 because that doesn't really do much because the bishop covers h2, so we can't stay defending it.
What if you take on e4?
Take on e4. Okay, so that we're trying to like, but then the problem is we won't have.
Gobar does not like that at all.
Mate in 3. Where's the mate in 3 then?
Mate in 3. It's got to be Queen G4, I suppose. I know Queen G4. You can interpose the knight.
Yeah, maybe it's knight H4.
Knight H4. So King H1.
Well, and then Queen H3. And how do you stop both Queen G2 and Queen H2?
3. Yeah, that's got to be it. Yeah.
Queen somewhere on H file and then Queen H2 mate, as there is no Rook G2 in previous line with the pawn on F3. Yeah, as there's no Rook G2. Okay, so how much material is?
It's quite a bit of material.
So we go Rook E1 or Rook G1 and sack back some material.
Yeah, okay. So, Rook E1.
Okay, so... Well, is that the same thing with knight H4 and Queen H3? So we have to try Rook G1 so that if knight H4, King F1...
I think you got it, Zoe. Rook G1 is the thing.
Process of elimination. How many moves do we even have?
So, okay, Rook G1. What about Queen G4?
Okay, so obviously my point was that if they take, then we just recapture them because they had already sacked a piece. It doesn't really matter giving back material.
Yeah, okay, so Queen G4.
Queen G4. Now my idea was that we could run somewhere. Now the question is, do we go King F1 or King... Because King H1, you always have Rook G2 now, which you didn't have in the other line. Yeah. But maybe if King H1...
Queen takes... And that it feels like a lot of stuff.
Queen H3, Rook G2.
So here, Queen takes.
It hates Rook G2.
King H1. It has to be King H1.
It absolutely hates Rook G2 though.
Right, King
H1.
Oh,
now do we take on? No, we take on F3. Now we take on F3 with something. Apparently not. I give up. This is such a complicated position.
Yeah.
Oh, King H1 now.
Lawrence must have seen all that to play knight takes G2. Or maybe he just got the feeling that
enough moves to flag in a rapid game. There's increment, to be fair. 10-second increment.
10 seconds increment.
Oh, yeah. So that's the point, yeah. So after Queen G4, if we go King F1, yeah, there's Queen G1. So we don't want that. So yeah, King H1, Queen H3. Now we need a move. And apparently it's not Rook G2 and it's not knight on
it's not
D2.
Rook G2.
And it's not the knight on D2. Is it just knight F1? Or is that... Wait, maybe we play...
And they can just still take on...
The knight on D4, take on F3, and then knight F1.
Maybe. Pretty complicated, isn't it?
Does that work?
Yes. Well, the computer's liking knight. That knight and knight F1.
Jonna hits whale.
This is it. Yeah. This is it. This
I'm sorry. That would have been really difficult for Ravi to see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting stuff, though.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done by Lawrence, I think.
Then a rook lift, rook F5, rook H2. Yeah, but we can always sack something back at some point, can't we? So, okay, you try rook F5, that makes sense. Can we sack an exchange back even though? So like, at some point, you can go rook G3.
Yeah.
But if we go, I mean, maybe it doesn't work, but let's just say for argument's sake, we decide to sack it back. Yeah, no, the computer absolutely hates us deciding to sack it back. Oh, because G2, they just take and then
G2 still, haven't we?
Oh my god, this is...
It's still scary. So what if we go knight G3?
Knight G3.
Oh no, it hates it.
Mate into...
Queen H2. No, Queen H2. No.
Yeah, Queen H2 and then rook H5. Puzzle rush tactics. We do like the good puzzle rush tactics.
It's a puzzle rush. Okay.
Yeah.
So
very fun, right?
So even though this is good, it's still not easy.
Okay, so the threat is rook H5, and then Queen takes H2 sacking.
Yes.
Okay, what about queen d4 or queen d2, and after rook h5 you go bishop f4?
Yeah.
But the problem is, if you went queen d4 or queen d2, I think you could just go rook f8. I don't know which is. Let's try queen d2.
Queen d2. So
Okay, so my point is, if you go rook h5, I'm going to go bishop f4, and I think I just about defend everything.
This looks fine. Yeah.
But then if you go rook af8,
yeah,
this is when I get a bit unstuck, because now you are threatening this again.
Okay, f8.
So now, we've defended it for one more move.
So it still looks, the computer still likes it for white.
Or maybe queen d4 was better because it threatens checkmate, actually. Well, the computer still likes queen d2. But maybe we go queen d4 immediately.
Instead of queen d2?
Yeah, because now we're threatening checkmate. This is pure martial attack. So you should have this. It's not, it wasn't from the martial
queen
attack.
d2 to g4. Yes, Chris Baker likes that too. Okay, so let's look at...
but then do you have to go like bishop e5 or something?
Not that one. We go queen d4.
Oh, but then there's queen g4. Yeah, queen d4, and if bishop e5, queen g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got it. We've solved. We've solved.
We're there. Yeah.
Eventually. I mean, to be fair, if Ravi had found all of that, I think he would have deserved a brilliancy prize.
I know, in time trouble as well. Yeah.
That's insane.
So I guess Lawrence has been playing loads of speed chess. Like lots of players.
Probably.
And knight g2 was just like, that's what you do in this position.
It's interesting how in round 1, most of the wins were for white, but in round 2, most of the wins were for black. Is that because it's just the same players winning?
Maybe. And in that England versus rest of the world, black was certainly ahead.
I like black. I much prefer black. Do you want to have a look at the Amit Mickey game? Because we haven't looked at that at all.
Yeah. So
let me know if you need to finish at all. By the way, No,
I'm good for now. But you as well. Yes.
So knight f3. So yeah, Mickey got a win. It's unfortunate that he didn't manage to hold the draw against Luke, but
yeah, g7 this early.
Is this like
a little unusual.
Specific prep or just trying to avoid prep or what?
Yeah, I guess it's to take people out of their prep. So white plays.
Yeah, I play like c6 here and then go knight d7. I go knight d7 on like move 3. So yeah. I go c6, bishop g2, and then sometimes I play knight f6. But I've also like been known to play knight d7 there because the idea is you just want to get e5 in really quickly. So you're trying to make them commit to d4 before.
He does though. I don't know if you do this, but d4, and then he goes knight b6 straight away.
Wait, knight d7 was played by Wojciech, who I can't pronounce, in Tata Steel.
Yeah.
Oh, you like Mickey's opening, Nick? Okay, we've got a lot of support for this knight d7 plan.
I want to try it out. Yeah,
we're going to be trying out all of these openings.
I was expecting him to go knight b6 straight away because I was thinking the idea was to get a quick e5, like you say.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, so if you look at the openings thing, there's 103 games after d4. So the main move is knight gf6 or e6 is played, b5 has been played. But yeah, knight b6 has been played 6 times. And it has 33, 33, 33. So 2 wins for white, 2 draws, and 2 wins for black.
Fine. A4.
Then after...
that looks really sensible to me.
After bishop g2...
Yeah.
If you then look, there's 9 games in the database, but bishop f5 has been played 4 times, and it has 2 draws and 2 wins for black. So evidently this, if you look, this stuff is scoring really well for black in the database.
Yeah. Another one to try, Zoe. We're getting so many new ideas today.
I know, this is great. This is why I love commentating on all these games. The plan, from what you know, is knight d7, knight b6 to stop c4 from white. Alexienko used it to beat Kayakin and qualify to the candidates in the Grand Swiss in 2019.
Okay.
So we're just saying if if white likes to go c4, we're just saying, I'm going to stop you playing c4. Fair enough.
Yes, prophylactic move.
And I guess as soon as they go a4, we're going to go a5.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Like as a Alakines player, I think I'm getting this knight over at b6 really early. Sort of familiar.
Yeah, apart from normally, like, white would have a pawn on e5.
Knights normally, yeah.
So this is interesting stuff. So let's see how he... Knight d2, c6. Sorry, I didn't drink. Do you want to talk for a bit?
Yeah, castles, e6, knight d2. Sort of symmetric, mirroring black's idea with the knight. C6, and then white comes in on e5. So this is, I suppose, highlighting the sort of drawback of getting the knight to b6 so early, because this knight can come into e5 unchallenged.
But to be fair, maybe it's really, really, really stupid. But is f6 ever a move? Not immediately, but like...
I was just thinking that, yeah, would you ever do that? Yeah, and just getting... So then you probably maybe put your bishop out first, say bishop d6 or something like that, f6, and then knight drop in behind on e7 you could. And then you could still look at trying this e5 plan, couldn't you?
No, that's what I was thinking. Bishop d6, knight e7, castles, f6, e5. And you're basically doing, in the Queen's Gambit Declined, white basically does that in one of the lines, like bishop d3, knight e2, castles f3. So why can't we do that as black?
We could try. It's not Mickey's plan, but we could try, because Mickey goes straight away.
Okay, I want to just put this on. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what's white going to do? Because if they go f4 at some point, so if we go bishop d6, right?
Yeah, bishop d6, I think.
We need to give white some moves.
Yeah. So let's say white just goes quiet with c3.
Okay. Let's go knight e7.
Yeah. And...
Or are you going to get e4 in at some point? Is that the point?
Maybe.
Maybe you go e4, because if we take,
E4,
you take with a knight.
Either way you can.
Right? So e4, because maybe this is his whole idea with knight. Because you could maybe even do that instead of c3. And then if they take, you take with the knight, and now we're attacking this bishop. We've opened up a bit. And then if you don't take, if you move your knight back to your bishop to g6, we just chop it off.
Yeah.
And then this must be good for white.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So we maybe can't. Yeah, we okay, and this, I suppose this is why Mickey's played knight f6, just to stop e4.
Yeah.
Makes
I mean, he obviously understands a lot better than we do. It's a shame that you can't make these sorts of plans work. I like pushing my pawns.
Yeah, but maybe a bit later in the game, maybe.
So now he goes b3.
He really wants to get a c4 and then still, does he?
Yeah, he played it a few moves later. He went bishop b2, castles, then c4. But now, I think black's definitely equalised.
Yeah. Bishop b7. Bishop b2. Castles. And he does get c4. Okay. This really feels like an Alakines.
I like black's pawn structure. I do this sort of thing. You know, so when I was really quite young, like 10 or 11, I think, I went to the, Tim and Sarah Cat from Wales. They did like holiday camps. I went to their holiday camp, and Tim was teaching us after c4 against the English to play one c6, and he called it the rock solid. And it basically just was a semi-Slav. And he taught us that, and I've been playing that ever since. But I've now been told I need to stop playing that because white can play 2e4 and force me into a carrow, getting the line that I like as white, but I have to be black.
But you could switch your move order, couldn't you? And do 2 knight d7 like Mickey did, and then...
No, it's like c4, I go c6.
Yeah.
but then white can play e4.
Yeah.
So it's like you need to play something different first. So you could go c4, you could go e6 first.
Yeah.
And because then if they go e4, like, I'm not forced into the carrow. I can then play d5 actually. And because I've tried e4, e6, c4 before, and it's not very good for white against the French. So I could do that, c4, e6, and then if they go e4, go d5. And that's just good. With the e pawn off rather than the c pawn off. But yeah, so this whole pawn structure with like playing c6, e6, and d5, he referred to as the rock solid, because it's really difficult for white to break down.
Yeah.
So lots.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, so Mickey's got it in here, and
I like this a5 idea. Trying to undermine the c pawn.
Yeah, and now Mickey's come in. It's kind of switched around, hasn't it? Because White's knight was in on e5 before, and now Black's got the knight in on e4.
Ah, okay, so you've gone... oh, wait, so you went back to d7. Yeah, and then the knight came back. q1. Yeah, knight e4. I like what Mickey's done. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Obviously paid off because he won this game, so...
He did.
So knight f3.
Knight
I guess we probably don't want
to... You're kind of thinking, was there a possibility of f3 and e4? But I suppose it's quite weakening with the queen on the same diagonal as the king and...
Yeah, and I guess Black's going to try for e5 or c5 at some point. Because that's the thing I like about these like solid structures. It's difficult for white to break down, but then when you get a chance, you play c5 or e5. But I really like what Mickey's done, because he's just like played it to make it really difficult for white to play either c4 or e4, which are the breaks that white needs to try against this structure. And look how like many moves and how complicated it was for white to actually get c4 in. And now he's got it in. It's not doing any good. And e4 is the move that he wants, but he can't play it. So, yeah, I like it a lot. Knight f3, queen a6. What do you think about that move? I don't really understand queen a6.
Yeah, I was just trying to think. Is he trying to get a4 in, and then if he can play that, then he's threatening c4? Just
or maybe...
pawns.
Yeah. It does seem very strange. He moves it back to b6 a couple of moves later.
Yes.
Okay, so queen a6. So white goes bishop f1. So now if he goes a4, is he falling to some kind of weird tactic on this diagonal? But I mean, there's a lot of pieces white has to move out of the way. But yeah,
I don't immediately see the tactic anyway.
So why not go with a4? I really don't understand this. Like, he's gone queen a6, we think, to prepare a4, and then he doesn't go a4.
Yeah, you could play it. I think it's possible.
I think it would make sense to continue with your plan, right?
Yeah. Yes. h6. e3. And now it would be more dangerous, I suppose, now this diagonal is getting opened up.
Yeah. Now that makes sense to move it away. Like, now if you go here, there's probably some kind of take on d5 and move this knight away somewhere.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. But yeah, I don't understand why he went h6. Why didn't he just go a4?
Yeah, don't know about that.
Okay, I mean, maybe at some point we can ask him.
Yeah.
It'd be quite cool if we could get the players on for an interview.
I'll email Malcolm and see.
See if tomorrow, if we come back and do it, if we can get any of them on for an interview at all.
Yes. Yeah. That would be really nice.
Get them to join directly from the tournament, from the VIP room.
Yes.
So now knight g5. So that's why he went h6, I guess. He wanted to play knight g5 and then take with the h pawn.
Yes.
So he just changed his plan. His plan was a4, and now he's just completely changed his mind and he wants to go for
On the king
this
side.
stuff. Yeah. But I guess, that's what makes a strong player, being able to change your plans, change where you're attacking, all of that sort of thing.
Takes. Took g2. And now he takes on c4.
Is there some kind of tactic
Is there
to
a
win?
tactic with taking on d3 and taking on b2? So pawn can't take, I think.
Yeah, pawn can't take, so rook has to take. But then he takes on d3 anyway. Oh, he wins an exchange. Oh, that's beautiful.
Right, how's he winning this?
Knight e5.
Knight e5, very good. Clever one, Mickey.
Yeah, okay, so there's this whole tactic. So we take on c4 because if you take with the pawn, we take on d3 and take on b2.
Yeah.
And then when you take with the rook, which he did, you take on d3 anyway and then play knight e5. Forking the queen and rook. They can't take because of the pin.
Very good.
Beautiful tactics.
Yes. Yeah.
So queen c2.
Now,
So Amit's lost both games then.
it's tough.
Yeah, and then now it's just a case
He's not going to get an easier. No, who's he get next? Around 3. Wait.
I'm glad in the women's everyone got at least a couple of points.
Yeah. So Amit next has Andrew Horton.
Oh, that should be an easier game.
Should be. Andrew did.
Andrew lost both of them as well.
Oh no, he lost. He lost that endgame to Marcus Harvey with the pawn on a7.
He's the one that was getting good positions, but didn't really seem to know what to do with them. I think he's just really
against Spielman as well, didn't he?
I think he just lacks experience compared to the rest of the players.
Yes. So these two both.
Because a similar thing happened with Julia. She actually beat me, which was really sad. I played so that was like not my best game, but she gets really, really good positions out of the opening, right? She's really booked up, and she was basically better to the point it would be classed as winning in pretty much every game she had. Oh, no. And then she just didn't know how to convert them and was making silly blunders in time trouble or didn't really understand how to convert.
Oh, that's very encouraging, right? Because then if she learns her end games, she should be...
Yeah, I think it was just a lack of experience which showed. And I think you might find a similar thing happens with Andrew Horton in this compared to the other players. Like, it doesn't mean that they're a bad player. It just means that... But yeah, Julia did get some points in. She beat me and then she got a couple of draws as well.
Yeah.
Actually, I also had a really tough start because I played her in round 3 and I beat her. She was then on 0 out of 3 and she was really worried that she was going to lose everything. But then she got a couple of wins. So everyone got at least a couple of points, which was really nice.
Very good. Yeah. Yes, yeah. And the big news of that tournament was Lan Yao, who I didn't know before that tournament.
Yeah, so she studies at Oxford University and she only last month actually switched to the English Federation.
Ah, that's why.
Yeah.
I looked her up and she's like number 3 on the rating list.
Yeah, so she's from China, but she transferred last month. And she...
22.97 and
she replaced Nina, I think.
Or something. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's about the same age as me. But she was what I was saying, she was really strong in China, but she refused to give up education for chess, so they didn't give her any support. So she's moved here. So she's an interesting one. We don't really know her that well. She seemed pretty nice. But yeah, she's probably going to be on the Olympiad team and stuff in the future. That's why she transferred, because she won't make Olympiad team in China.
And she's studying here, isn't she? So I guess she's just at the start of a degree at the moment.
No, she's finishing this year, but she might do a master's or she might go back to China. She hasn't decided yet.
Okay.
But I know she transferred because she wants to play Olympiad. So she's one that would definitely say yes if she was given the opportunity.
She's strong.
Yeah, she's a strong player. She did really well in Hastings. She played. She got a draw against Danny, and Danny was really angry about it. But she performed really well there.
Gosh, Okay, one to look out for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she play for NCL? Do you know?
I don't know actually. I don't think she really was playing much. She didn't really know much about the English chess scene. I know she got invited to replace Nina, I think, last minute, because Nina had to drop out because of COVID. So she only even got in because of that. Probably she wasn't asked initially because she'd just transferred. And I think the invitations were sent out before her transfer came through.
We didn't know. Yeah, I think that was the main.
Nick, thing is we didn't know. Made a draw with her in the last round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a pre-arranged draw because she thought she was playing really badly despite the fact she was winning everything. So she offered me a draw before the game, and I was really ill, so I was like, yes, basically. So that was pre-arranged. As was the Audrey-Julia game, which surprised me because Audrey doesn't have enough confidence in herself. I don't know if she's still watching, but she definitely doesn't have enough confidence in herself because she's a lot stronger than she thinks she is. And she agrees to draws too quickly when she can go on and win them.
Yeah.
So I suspect Audrey would have beaten Julia if they'd played on.
But you never know, do you? Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Audrey's another one to watch, actually. I reckon she'd be a good asset to the team.
Yeah. Well, Audrey played, of course, in the most recent online Olympiad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she obviously played British Women's Championships and stuff as well. Yeah. And she did really well there. So.
Yeah.
And then Harriet's getting back into things. Things are actually getting really exciting for Women's Chess. You know, we have to come top 3 at an international event, and then Malcolm has agreed that he's going to go up on stage and do the Macarena.
I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, because we made a deal with him, but then he was like, "It's never going to happen." So that's why he agreed to it. So we need to prove him wrong.
Who knows? Yeah.
So yeah, if the English women's team can come top 3 in an over-the-board international event, then he will get up on stage and do the Macarena.
Let's make it happen. Okay, 5 minutes till the next round. Do we have? We know the pairing, so let's just. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, it's probably not really worth looking through the rest of this game, is it? It'd just be good technique by.
Yeah.
Making a pawn up, and then his B pawn is quite advanced as well. Yeah.
Yeah. But another interesting opening idea. Let's see. So, sorry, C5, 25, Queen B3.
Yeah, I liked Queen B3. That seemed very accurate to me.
Yeah, just take the queens off.
And you open up the A file. You have that monster pawn.
F4.
He's got to try something.
Right, takes, rook B8. So he's going to get both. He's going to.
Yeah, he's going for B6.
Rook C1, and he does 6. Bishop takes. He just gave up this.
Yeah, I think he realized that his B pawn was so strong and going for the A pawn was more important.
Yeah.
And he just ties this rook down.
Oh, he did this very nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought it was very, very beautiful technique by him.
Yeah.
And then this pawn's just going to be an absolute monster. Yeah, I thought that was very impressive.
Nice game by Mickey there.
Yeah, so we had some nice games. Yeah, Mickey, beautiful technique. We liked the opening. Gawain and Lawrence, both as black, having really nice attacking chess, which I approve of greatly.
Yeah.
Marcus again converted an endgame against Andy Horton. So I'm interested to see Marcus playing against John, actually, because it seems like Marcus has been playing these endgames really well. Shame about Danny's game. Don't really know.
Yeah. Oh gosh, poor Danny, because now he's going to be black against Mickey, so it's not an easy one to get back into things.
That is going to be tough.
Yeah, so we've got this next round. We've got Andy Horton against Amit. We have Gawain against Marcus. So this is going to be Marcus is on 2 as well, isn't he? So it's a big game. Gawain against Marcus. They're both on 2. We have Lawrence Trent, who just played that really nice tactical win against Ravi. And so Lawrence is playing John Spielman. We have Luke against Ravi. And so Ravi's been having a tough time so far. So that's, again, so poor Ravi and Danny both have hard matches to come back. Black against Luke and black against Mickey, respectively.
I like black though. I'd take black.
That's true. Black is okay.
Everyone always goes on about black being bad. I was like, I'd be good for a team where you get to like choose colours and stuff because I'd take all the blacks.
Take black all the time. Okay, well that is useful. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to just do a sort of just a very, very quick break. Just going to nip to the loo. So I will just switch. If I switch me off, does that mess you up? Or just
I mean, you can just leave it and
I'll just leave.
If you're happy to,
Okay.
just let me.
See you in a second.
Just like summarize a bit. Yeah, so what's the time? So it's 3 minutes. So the next round starts at 3 o'clock. So I'll just switch back onto the pairing so we can see all of the rounds, I guess. If I refresh this, they might have put the results in. Yeah, they've put the results in for the first couple of rounds. Danny beat him. Danny's done quite well in some of these online events, to be fair. Yeah, so I think Natasha's just like summarized these results. Yeah, so Danny and Ravi both struggling. They've both had a couple of losses and got some tough games now. But we have Andy Horton playing Amit Ghazi. I think they both lost both as well. So there's quite a lot that have actually lost both games so far. Yeah. Not really sure which is going to be the most exciting. I reckon Gawain Marcus could be exciting because I think they're both on 2 out of 2. If I recall correctly. And Gawain is Marcus. Yeah. So Gawain and Marcus are both on 2 out of 2. And now they'll be facing each other. Gawain will have white. It'd be interesting to see what opening he pulls out. Hopefully he'll get an E4. I know he does like his E4 stuff, which could be quite exciting. Lawrence Trent, he's also had a couple of really good games. He's on 1.5. It's a shame he missed the like pawn pushing stuff against Danny. But he is another one that is doing quite well, I think. John, interesting. We'll see if his openings, because John's been playing like passive openings, and then in round 1, Andy had a good position but didn't take advantage of it. And in round 2, Gawain did take advantage of it. So we'll have to see if Lawrence takes advantage of John's potentially dodgy opening. We've been seeing some really interesting opening ideas from him. But yeah, I think these 2 matches at the bottom are definitely going to be ones to watch as well, because Luke is another one on 2 out of 2, playing against Ravi, who obviously they were teammates together at Europeans recently. And Mickey playing white against Danny, because Ravi and Danny are having a tough time at the moment. Both got tough pairings. Yeah, some very interesting games. Like every game is just full of interesting stuff. We've got some boards, but I don't think they've started the clocks yet. Let me know in chat who you're rooting for, by the way, guys. Be very interested to see. I still predict Gawain could win this, but I'm very excited for when Gawain plays Lawrence based on what's happening. So when will that be, I wonder?
Yeah.
When will Gawain? Hello. Sorry, I'm just trying to check when Gawain will be playing Lawrence, because that's a round that I'm really excited for.
Gawain
now.
And
round 6. So that's first thing tomorrow.
Yes.
So I think that could be very exciting. Sorry if I was getting a bit distracted, just a bit concerned about COVID right now. But
loads of people have COVID at the moment. It's really...
Well, we've now got 2 people who were there last weekend who are positive.
Yes.
I'm surprised.
They must be positive.
No, from the women's.
Oh God, 2 from the women's.
Yeah, you're in the group chat. You can see who it is.
Oh, okay.
And then obviously someone else had to pull out because of COVID as well.
Oh gosh. Oh dear.
But yeah, it's interesting because Harriet and I both had negative tests afterwards. But now we're both wondering whether we should retest.
Yeah, it takes a few days, doesn't it? I guess. Oh dear. Yeah, I was there most of the weekend last week.
Have you done a PCR?
No, not recently, but I have hardly been out of the house.
Well, I've been doing LFTs every day, and then I did a PCR the other day after the first case came through, and that was negative. But
yeah,
I mean, I think the thing is because I actually did have the flu, and I had it pretty bad. I don't know why I turned up with the flu. It was probably really not good.
That's telling us to get vaccinated, but I am double vaccinated and boosted. I'm double vaccinated.
I'm double vaccinated, but not eligible for booster yet. Yeah. But I'm wondering, is it possible that because I had the flu, that it like fought off the COVID?
It's possible, isn't it?
I know that sounds really strange. But like, is it possible that the flu virus attacked the COVID virus? Can they do that?
Oh.
Like, can other viruses?
I had never thought of that. I don't.
Or if one's replicating so much, does it like overpower the other?
I don't know.
Because COVID's probably more contagious.
The Sicilian. Oh, have you got the Mickey against? Let's keep talking COVID, but Mickey against Danny is a Sicilian defense.
It's the Bishop B5 line. He's not going to allow Danny to play an Idorf.
Yes. Bishop B5 check. Yes. Knight D7 D4 Knight F6 take. Knight C3 takes. Queen takes. E5, Queen D3, H6, Bishop B3, Bishop B7, A4, A6, and Bishop C4.
They're both playing this very, very quickly, which suggests to me that it's all theory that they know.
Yeah.
Go Mickey. We've got someone in my chat cheering Mickey on against Danny. That is a rare occurrence.
You're allowed to cheer for Mickey or Danny in ECF commentary chat, but don't cheer for Mickey on Zoe's chat.
No, you're allowed to cheer for whoever you want on whichever chats. It's really exciting to see who's going for who. Mickey's actually such a lovely guy.
Yes. Yeah.
I was surprised because at Europeans for round 1, both him and myself were sitting out.
Yes.
And so we went for a really long walk together in the countryside.
Ah, nice.
I think it was like 10 kilometers or something maybe that we did.
Oh,
it was like really, really long because we thought we'd be able to get back another way, and then it turned out there was no way, so we had to turn around and go back. But yeah, no, he was so lovely the entire tournament. So I hadn't really ever met him before, but I have to admit. Yeah. Actually, they all were, to be fair.
Yeah.
I was surprised because, like, I mean, I shouldn't sound surprised, but like the entire, like all of these.
Pretty ruthless, don't you, to be a chess player?
Like Mickey and Luke and Gwaine. Yeah. It was just more because like they're all such strong players, but they weren't full of themselves at all, and they were still finding it interesting analysing with us on the women's team. That was really funny. We'd be analysing something, and then like Gwaine would come over and just be like, "Oh, this," like really quick, and we're just like, right, that's why they're like very, very, very strong grandmasters, and we're not. Yeah, it was so lovely. But yeah, so I think Mickey's thinking that. So I guess Mickey's out of his prep or his theory.
Yeah. So Danny's played. So he's played Knight C5, and
so he's trying to encourage. Oh,
yeah, because I was just thinking if you drop the queen back, then the pawn on E4 is just on prees, isn't it? So
yeah.
See, Guitar Man said most of the audience doesn't. We're old. Doesn't understand kilometers.
No, you could have played Queen D2.
Queen,
because if you take Knight takes E4, then White plays Knight takes E4, and your Queen's hanging on A5. But if you take on D2, the Knight recaptures.
Yeah. Okay. So wait a minute. So I'm going to just go back and look at that. So if we drop back, Queen D2, you're saying?
Yeah, Queen D2.
Queen D2. Yes. Yeah. So if takes, Knight takes, and that's just fine.
Yeah. Well, more than fine. White's winning.
White's winning.
Where is Hal this event?
I don't know, but he's just been doing a lot of commentating, so maybe I suppose the.
Yeah, he's been doing. He probably. He probably thought he was still going to be doing World Championship commentary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he could have played queen d2, but he decided to give up the bishop pair. And then knight d5 takes 2. What do you reckon? Do you reckon, I think from Danny's point of view, right? Black against Mickey.
Yeah.
And you've just had a horrendous defeat where you left your rook on pre. You just try for a draw, right? Or do you try for a win because you've just lost?
Yeah. I think it would be sensible to try nothing too fancy and just try and consolidate. Which I think he's doing.
On the plus side, the player that he did just blunder, leave a rook on pre to, was Luke, who was always going to be a tough opponent. So at least he didn't do that against one of the weaker players. I say weaker, like everyone's strong, but like if you're gonna drop a rook, you drop it against like Luke or Mickey or someone.
Yeah.
Eval Bar agrees with Mickey. Yeah, we always trust the Eval Bar.
Yeah.
Nick says he honestly hasn't met an English player that was not nice to him. That's really nice. I'm glad. That's good for English chess.
Yeah.
To be fair, I absolutely love the chess community.
Mm.
A bit of my cough. It's not a COVID cough.
It's not COVID, huh?
Not a COVID cough. No, I did yeah, because I did a PCR and I do LFTs every day. I suspect I was just extremely lucky. And to be fair, just because there have been a few people at the Classic that caught it doesn't mean that they all spread it with each other. They could have all caught it separately while traveling, which is just as likely given how many people in the country have COVID right now.
Yeah, I certainly know. I know a lot of people who weren't at the Classic who also have COVID. I mean, I know a lot of people who have it at the moment. It's like compared with 2 weeks, like 2 weeks ago, I'd have said I only ever really knew one person at a time that had COVID. And then now I know about 6 separate people that have it. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I know 3 people within chess already. I think it was spreading at 4 NCL as well. There are a few people that tested positive after 4 NCL.
Oh, 4 NCL maybe, yeah. Yeah. I know some non-chess players who have it at the moment as well.
But I mean, I did my PCR on Wednesday. And you would have thought it would have incubated by then if I'd caught it at the weekend.
Yeah.
At least for a PCR point of view.
It would be showing up by now, wouldn't it? Yeah.
You had to go away. How is Mr. Daddy doing? Nick, Natasha, I don't know if you saw, Nick played an adoption match against Danny the other day because I wanted siblings.
Oh, he had.
Yeah. Yes. So Nick has to support Danny.
Yes. Okay. Fine. So, okay, we've got another move, Queen B3.
Daddy hung a rook in the previous game.
Danny's doing fine, right? Danny's doing fine in this position.
He's thinking now, though.
Yeah, that's allowed.
But yeah, no, it looks fine. I mean, can you play something like... Actually, to be fair, it's difficult to find a move because where do you put this bishop? I guess this light square bishop.
You might go rook b8. Oh, he has gone rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8, knight e1.
Yeah, just defend pawn, and then when you do want to move your bishop, you can.
And then also b5 becomes an idea.
Yeah, but I do agree. Where do you put that bishop on c8?
Because the other problem is you can't move this rook from f8 because of the f7 pawn. You can't play bishop e6 to deal with that because obviously you just take. Bishop g4 doesn't really do anything now that the knight's moved to e1 anyway. Maybe you do want to go like b5 or b6 and bishop b7 because that bishop on d5 is really annoying. So you want to just get rid of it. Hello, Railway. Thank you for the follow. Gwaine is playing your favorite line against the Caro.
Let's see.
Can we go look at this? I want to look at this. He played Pseudo-Panov. Yes.
Okay. So
I actually no one ever plays this. I love it.
C4.
Yeah, it's called the Pseudo-Panov.
Takes. Knight f6.
Oh, he did knight c3 as well, which is my line.
This is you.
This is literally me. Yeah, because like the main moves here are bishop b5 or queen a4 or knight c3, and I go knight c3.
Okay. And was this? Did you discuss this one with him? He might have played it after you told him about it at the Europeans.
Do I take full credit for this? I don't know.
Yeah, you could take some credit.
I can't remember, but yeah. I came up with this because of what's his name? It was like began with G. He was a junior.
English junior.
Yeah.
G.
I can't remember his name.
Oh,
wasn't.
I know who you mean. Gwilym.
No. It wasn't like Gyarados or something. Was there someone called Gyarados?
No, I do know who you mean. Don't know actually.
I can't remember. Anyway, so basically, I was playing British Junior Championships at some point. And he played this pseudo panel against someone and then completely crushed them. And then I was like, I like this. So then I learned it. And then I crushed someone with it. And then the game, like the next one I had is white and I went e4. My opponent went c6, having never played c6 before. So I was like, oh, okay, they've obviously like looked at my pseudo panel and prepared something. So then I switched back to d4 and then he didn't know what he was doing. But I basically had like 3 carries that tournament. Okay. So I had against Anna Purvis and against Alicia Wang.
Okay.
And then my game against Alicia won the best game prize for the juniors. It was a funny one where it was a same coloured bishop endgame that I won a pawn up. But yeah, no, I love this line with knight c3. And knight f3.
e6, bishop c4.
Yeah, no one ever goes e6 there. So I don't know. They normally play either knight c6 when bishop b5 is the move. And then I've had various things tried against me. People have tried bishop g4. They've tried knight c7, which is quite interesting. They've tried a6. But the best move then is to go e6. And then you go like bishop e7 and castles as black, while white does like d4 and castles. And it's just an IQP position, which is interesting. But they don't normally go e6 because instead, sometimes they go bishop g4 at some point, which is just bad. So Nina Pert does this, right? After knight c6, bishop b5. She went bishop g4 against me. And I went queen a4. And then she just forgot about her bishop hanging and went rook c8.
Okay, well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Just won't do that. But he's a little bit down on the clock. So I think he...
But yeah, no, they don't normally go e6 because they normally delay it just in case they can get bishop g4
out. Yeah.
So bishop c4, bishop e7, castles, d4. But I like this. This is like IQP. That's what I play.
d4. Yeah. Knight c6.
And now he chooses to take on d5. Yeah. This is like another really typical idea. You do it at a point where they have to take back with their pawn. So they isolate it as well. But then you argue that you've like got a better position. And often this knight on c6 looks a bit stupid. Your knight on the knight on f3 is better than the one on c6 because the one on c6 gets weak. And also because you're going to go bishop d3 and try and attack, you want the knight on the king side. Yeah, so why is this line exciting? It's basically just because I play it that everyone was getting excited about it. Yeah, it's more open. Yeah, so if you play the carrot, you probably don't really like this sort of thing as black, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and the white bishops are lined up, aren't they, against the king side?
With the doubled D pawns. Yeah, there are interesting moves as well, like... Sorry.
With
like the doubled
on b7's not so exciting, is it? So it's going to want to go to d6 maybe, but Gawain's going to put his bishop on f4 to stop that. Yeah,
we do K-bar style. Hugs though. Hugs to you too. I do like a good hug. Yeah, no, quite often these doubled pawns, the problem is if black doesn't like take back immediately, quite often you can go d6. So like on move 5.
Yeah.
If black doesn't play knight takes d5, and what we do if they play, so I've seen people play like g6 there or something.
Okay.
And then you can start to play like bishop c4, and we're not trying to hold on to the pawn. We're just waiting for them to play knight d7, and then we're going to play d6 and force them to take back.
Okay. And isolate that, and then this pawn's going to...
Yeah, so there's some interesting stuff in these lines. But yeah, I quite like this because this is like what I do. So I can get some good fun ideas from this. But yeah, you don't normally... This looks good for white, in my opinion. Bishop d3, this is exactly what we want.
Yeah, so bishop d3, 12, bishop d3, knight b4, and then you go back to b1.
I'm wondering whether bishop b5 was a move as well, with the knight being so weak.
Maybe, but maybe you don't have to, right? And then you can just go a3 and then queen to somewhere on that diagonal, like queen d3 or something.
Something I will say, knight b4 shows absolutely no understanding whatsoever of the position by Marcus. Because I know that sounds really harsh.
Do you like the move? Yeah.
I've had this because I do this as white, right? White wants to play bishop b1 anyway.
Yeah.
Knight b4 is only good when you don't have a pawn on d5, so you can stick the knight on d5. So after b6, let's say instead of taking off, let's say Gawain had played bishop d3. But I mean, you already have the knight on d5. But then sometimes you might do stuff with like knight b4, bishop b1, and then maybe take on c3 and come back, like something like that. But basically, you want the knight on d5. That's important. And quite often, instead of moving the knight... Yeah, because you have the knight on f6. But yeah, basically in IQP positions in general, the knight is what you want on d5 to blockade that pawn. And white wants to go bishop b1 because they want to go queen d3 and try and attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, to me, I just absolutely hate knight b4.
So he's going to gain a move at least.
To be fair, the computer agrees with me. And I've had this so many times. People do this because they don't understand that white wants to play bishop b1 anyway.
So okay. So
I mean, I feel like I'm really slating this. But...
No, but I agree because but Gawain's not rushing to play a3. That's what I'm noticing. So, but
we don't need to because this pawn's on d5, so the knight can't ever go to d5, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. I quite like this. I quite like this knight e5, making the most of the fact the knight's not on c6.
Yeah.
Rook c8. Bishop f4, bishop d6, and now you see the eval bar is saying +4. So where's the win?
Is there a tactic? Is there a tactic win here?
I mean, maybe that's just some queen h5.
Bishop h7, isn't it? So bishop h7, queen h5, rook e3, and rook h3. What about that?
I hope it is, because this would be an absolutely beautiful advertisement for this opening.
Chris Baker is saying bishop h7 as well. Yes. Okay. So should we try it straight away? Bishop h7.
I like this.
Bishop h7 takes. And then what? Queen h5.
I really, really hope this works, and I hope he plays it.
And then you can't come out to g6. It's illegal, so you have to go back. And now rook e3. How about that?
I like this.
Is this checkmate, Zoe?
How do we stop it?
How do we stop
I
it?
also want to know whether you could play queen h5 straight away and then sack something on g6.
True.
So this was my other idea. Instead of bishop takes h7, can we go queen h5?
Yeah.
Let's say they go g6. Can we sack twice on g6?
Maybe.
I mean, maybe this is a load of nonsense, but...
Yeah. Doesn't like it so much.
But I'm saying no.
It prefers to just launch straight in with this bishop takes h7 stuff.
Well, it thinks if black takes first, we're winning. Oh yeah, because we take on d6 even. We can get back a piece. So if they take twice, so after bishop takes, they have to. Oh, they've got rook c7. Only move after. So queen h5, g6, knight takes g6, f takes g6, bishop takes g6. They have rook c7. Only move. Anything else, white's winning.
Yeah.
But then it's still like just equal.
But then there's other line, right? It's with queen h5, rook e3. How do you...
Yeah, so bishop h7, king h7, queen h5, king here, rook e3.
Yeah.
So we're literally just going to go rook h3.
We're going to do nothing at all subtle. We're just going to...
It's beautiful. It's the best kind of chess.
Nothing subtle. Even
so
slightly.
You've got to try f6, right? Because if you take on e5, we just go rook h3 anyway. And then if you go f6...
Okay, so f6. Okay.
Then we play pawn takes e5. So yeah, you have to go f6 first.
Yes. So, okay. What do we do then? So if
knight,
we do this...
Knight g6, apparently.
Knight g6.
To be fair, he does have to find only moves in this line. I guess that's what he's thinking about at the moment, but...
Yeah.
I trust in Queen. Bishop takes f4, knight e7. Because you have to give up the queen.
Knight e7. Check.
And if you don't take on f4... Yeah. Then we're going to take on d6 and then play knight e7 anyway.
Yeah.
I love this. This is absolutely beautiful.
This is just winning. It's okay. What about rook c7? Oh, rook c7 we just take on... At least we can take on f8 at the very least. So, but is there something better? Rook c7...
Can we take on d6 and then go...
Takes... Oh, just check.
Rook, we'll go rook
h8 check.
Rook a1, and then we're threatening knight e7 again.
Okay, e1, like it.
And then we're also threatening rook e8 as well now. This definitely seems like something that Gawain can calculate for sure. Yeah. I really, really hope he plays this. It would make me so happy.
Another miniature, Zoe, from we saw a miniature. So Wait, what has he played?
No, he hasn't played it.
He's played something else.
No.
He's played something else.
He's still better. He can
still do it next.
Well, black has to play g6 to stop that.
G6, let's say. So black plays right. So
Will you play chess with me? I'm commentating with Natasha at the moment, so I can't play chess against anyone. I'm sorry.
Okay. Crispic was saying earlier about just doing a3 and queen g4
instead of rook a3.
We don't do a3, do we? We can do
a3, knight c6.
Yeah,
and then queen.
That, so we could just leave that knight still there. It's not.
Wait, then you can do this queen 8
now.
Then you can do the queen h5 thing, because you can take on d5 check. So then you could go a3, knight c6, queen h5, g6, knight takes f takes.
A3, knight.
Sorry, a3, knight c6.
Yeah.
Then queen h5, because if g6, now we can play knight takes g6, f takes g6, and then queen takes d5. Because
I've got g6 in my position here, though. That's.
Oh, you're saying after rook e3. I thought you were saying if a3 instead of rook e3. Sorry.
Yeah, a3 instead was another line that was suggested. Actually, yeah, that's another possibility.
And then you just win 2 pawns because you get the bishop back.
The thing with this rook e3 is, I've just noticed if you do then suddenly get excited and play queen g4 or queen h5, rook c1 mate coming in, which would be a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, because I've had rook lifts like rook e3 in IQP positions before, and it can, because your bishop is on b1, you do have to be really careful.
You just have to be careful with that one. Okay, so rook e3. So
I think
g6.
G6 will be played, right? He has to try that out.
Yeah. Because otherwise we've got the same threat of bishop h7 and that's just winning. So
I'm guessing Gawain might go for bishop h6. That's a possibility. Or a3. I'm really sad that he missed bishop takes h7.
Yeah. He probably saw it but didn't.
This is why I want to interview them, because I want to say.
Yeah. Because it looked pretty clear, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably just miscalculated somewhere and wasn't 100% sure.
So bishop h6, so rook e8, let's say.
And then a3?
A3, yeah. Yeah, because then knight drops back to c6 and it blocks the c file.
Well, if it drops knight c6, then apparently we have a tactic with knight takes f7. Because it's the same thing. The knight to c6, the problem is that it blocks the bishop defending d5.
Yes.
Right? So we take on f7, and if king takes, I presume it's queen f3 check, followed by queen d5. So if king g8, then queen d5, because this knight's blocked the bishop from defending.
Yeah. Yes, and there's no threats on the c file either from the rook. So this is...
g6 was played, and then he played rook g3. Yeah, the computer still likes white.
Rook g3.
Because now we're pinning it, so now we're threatening queen h.
Is he now
queen h5?
A double sack on g6 or something like
Well, he's
that?
also threatening queen h5.
Queen h5 because this c1 square is now defended by this bishop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Gwain's going to win this anyway. It's just a shame because it would have been a really nice way if he had won with bishop takes h7.
With less than 20 moves or something.
Should we look at another game and...
Let's see. What about Luke against Ravi? Should we have
because Luke's doing pretty well. Yeah. Ravi's having a tough time. Ravi brought out his French again.
French defense. Let's see. E4, E6, D4, D5, E5 advance.
Yeah, so he knows the French pretty well. He's done a lot of work on it.
Yeah. Okay, and so Luke actually chooses to take this knight off.
Yeah, it looks like that is the theory, though. There's been 26 games, and all of them white's played bishop takes f5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I was going to say we maybe see... we maybe see white castle kingside and black castle queenside, but I think we won't see that at all because I'm just looking ahead and Ravi's playing king d7. So kingside.
Yeah, so his king's still on the queen side, but he's wasted a lot of time with this, actually. This king wonder. It was like an artificial castle.
Yeah.
I wonder whether maybe losing time with all those kings
feels quite safe to me. Although black could at some point do a sort of g5 opening and up, but that would normally be a sacrifice.
Tell you something, after 17, white played b4.
Let's see it then. Okay, so king c7, rook b1, king b8, and then b4.
That's the eval bar went for black.
So this is a sacrifice of a pawn, and Luke's idea is to get the king open, get Ravi's king in the open. So
we can't take it because if you take, there's a3 anyway.
A3 is true. Yeah. So okay. So
you remember playing against me and Brandon the advanced French and 4 NCL hand and brain? Yeah. No, Brandon and I did some hand and brain against Nick.
Nice.
But then he didn't understand that I've never played the advanced French in my life. And then I like pushing pawns. And it ended quite badly for us.
So b4 looks like, to me, that looks like the sort of thing one would do. That looks fine.
I show you. I did cheat a bit and put the computer on. Apparently, black can respond with f4, and black's better. But I'm sorry, but no one's ever going to play f4.
No.
And the idea is that f4.
Yeah.
And if F4. You're opening up the f5 square for your bishop.
Yeah. Okay. So bishop takes, bishop f5.
Or knight takes, bishop f5 is what was given. Okay. And then knight takes d5, and then queen b5. Yeah, no one's ever going to play this, and apparently black's just fine.
Yeah.
But like that's not the sort of thing. You give up 2 pawns.
Guitarman saying this can turn into an absolute train wreck for white if they're not familiar with it. I can imagine that, yeah.
But rook g8 makes sense to me, right? Rook c8.
Yeah.
Though I'm wondering whether maybe rook hg8 was slightly better because I'm not entirely sure the h file's gonna.
e4, rook cg8. Oh, that way. Yeah, I agree with you, Zoe. I would. He's well. What Ravi's really going for the attack, I suppose. He wants the g file open and the h file open, and to just go all out attack, which I suppose is a fine response given.
But
well.
It makes sense. But Luke's not going to allow like the h file and stuff to be open. Like after g5, he's never going to take. By which point, would it not make more sense to have played rook hg8, say? Yeah. And then you can still go for this g5 thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he must think Luke isn't going to be able to break through quickly. So rook h1, okay, rook h1. Okay, so now if Ravi does try and open it up, then Luke's ready to swap rooks if need be. Queen d8.
Yeah, I feel like Luke's king looks a bit safer than Ravi's king.
Bishop d2. What was it? So what about b5? Would you do that?
Instead of bishop d2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think bishop d2 is a bit slow. I would play b5, but I like pushing pawns. So, and let's say for arguments, like, because then you don't have knight b8 square. I mean, if you go knight...
The knight would... Oh, but maybe knight comes to a5 and then comes into c4, and then it is a bit... You don't want that knight to get to there, I suppose.
But you've always got knight d2, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you play like queen a4 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is just a problem. Maybe if our knight moves to d2, then g5, g4 happens. Yeah. You want to try the gambit Gawain gives in the advanced French in his coffee house repertoire, which is the same gambit Simon gives in his 1e4 gambits. What line is that? That sounds quite exciting.
Garcia plays it.
To be fair, actually, I think I might know. My brother plays it. I think maybe. I don't know. Also, my student that I used to coach, he did a gambit in the advanced French, and he used to do really well with it. So, but yeah, bishop d2. Okay, it makes sense, right? We're doing that. We're doing this stuff first, so that when we go b5, that he doesn't have knight a5.
Yes, that makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah.
And then he decides to trade on g5. Trades off all the rooks.
Queen a4. And king h8. b5. Knight b8. It's a bit of an exciting game here. hg. But Luke does now trade.
Yeah, all the rooks get traded off.
Rooks go. And another one. Rooks go.
But that doesn't mean that black has no attack.
Yes. Yeah, and actually the computer's not liking it so much for Luke.
Like with the bishops and the queen. Queen h8 check. I like this. Throwing in queen h8 check.
Queen h8 check.
King g1. And then... Could we even consider going g4 instead of taking on?
So how is that? So g4. Where's the knight going to go? I suppose you could... Oh,
actually, you can play queen h5 because of the like sort of pin skewery thing with the knights. Yeah. So you either
have immediately here.
Like because you can't go king g2, because then just queen
something on h3,
h3 or bishop h3 or queen g4 or something.
Yeah.
So he's done this. Queen h5. Yeah. So you have to defend it with you have to go queen b3. I really like that because then
it's a bit scary, isn't it, for Luke?
Have we got at least a forced draw in here? Because the computer's saying 0.00, and when the eval bar says 0.00, that tends to mean there's some kind of perpetual.
Yeah. So
queen g4
is played, and that looks like that's what you might do for a perpetual.
But I think Ravi would be quite happy with a draw as black against Luke. So I reckon he'll take it, especially as he's got slightly less time.
Well, for sure, because he yes.
Then getting a point.
Get off the mark, and yeah, black against Luke. That's got to be
the Hector Gambit I have a feeling that might be what my brother plays and what my student played.
The Gambit. Is that after Johnny Hector?
No idea who it's after. Yeah, white gives up the pawn on d4 intentionally with a good attack. Yeah, I think. King f1, queen h3, king e1.
Okay, so
Luke does not want to draw.
Yeah. Officer side castling French isn't normally 0.00. Not usually a 000. So you don't have to check though, I suppose, can you? What if you go bishop g4?
Well, I was wondering whether you could play g4 first.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's
with the idea that if you because if you don't play knight fg1, then we're going to go queen h1 and win. So you have, that's your only move, and then you don't have to have the queen on h1.
So g4, knight here.
That you might prefer the queen elsewhere.
Yes, although you don't have much choice. I suppose you could drop.
But you could play like, you probably don't want to exchange queens, but you could play it to like g2 or h2.
Yeah. So
and then maybe try and go bishop h4. Because then you're attacking f2, whereas on h1 you're not attacking everything.
And then with our threat is bishop h4, that sounds good.
And then g3 happens and stuff, and then maybe bishop h3 in some lines. Yeah, I prefer this way of doing things. Maybe white's still slightly better, but... Oh, it is named after the legendary gambitier Johnny Hector.
Ah, nice.
Nick, you'd rather be a pawn up and defend than a pawn down and attack. Yeah, I've told you have to stop being so materialistic. That's what I'm trying to work on myself.
So, all right. So Ravi's played queen h1 check. Knight defending there. So we are getting a similar position, but the queen's on h1.
It's saying 0.00 again after bishop takes f4.
Bishop takes f4. So, okay, so is there an actual draw here is the question. And if so, what is it? So,
maybe it's just that it's a fairly equal position, even though white's a pawn up. Black has the bishop pair and white's king.
It's a
isn't ideal
position, though, isn't it?
It's like this: knight d7, king f1, knight b6. It's still saying dead drawn. Maybe the point is if white tries something, black gets checks.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop g4 with you to take on e2.
After queen g3. Hang on, is Luke trying to go queen g2 and deal with everything?
So yeah, maybe. So I've got bishop takes f4 on the board, and okay. Ravi didn't play my move at all. Ravi played.
Yeah, the computer seemed to think knight d7, king f1, knight b6 was okay.
Yes. Okay. So knight d7. Because I was quite liking. What do you think of this? The king on a8, the pawns there, and the knight on b8 as a sort of configuration. Do you like that?
It stresses me out because I'd be really, really worried about queen g8 check.
Queen g8.
Obviously, it doesn't do anything yet because you can put something on c8, but the point is back ranks. Like a knight on b6 does not defend very well against the back ranks. Apparently, Danny has sacked a piece for an attack.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll just play them.
Also, Gwaine has one as well.
To move that knight straight away, but king f1, knight 6, queen g3. Yeah.
Queen h7. Yeah, defending against queen g8.
Knight d7.
Oh, he could have gone queen e4 check, apparently, after king g2.
Okay, king g2 here. So move. He could have gone 35, queen e4 check here.
Yeah, that makes sense, though. You centralize the queen.
True. Yeah. Yep.
But he went knight d7, and now suddenly the eval bar jumps. and likes white again. I think it's one of those positions where with best defense, like a computer would defend it as white, but it's really, really, really tough.
So that's where we are.
Oh, Danny sacked the piece, but Mickey didn't take it. Yeah, I think there's some really, really exciting games this round because Gawain's won as well, so I want to go back to that at some point. But
Danny, yes.
Yeah, and we can come back. Yeah. Oh, a lot's happened since we've last commented. It looks like Mickey's winning, though, according to the eval bar.
Yes. Now, where were we at? We had...
moved 12 or so.
Something like that. So we've got... So Queen takes c5, we definitely saw yes. And then, so 13, knight d5, knight takes... Bishop takes castles.
Oh, yeah, no, we saw this rook b8 idea, didn't we? Knight e1. And then we were trying to work out where Danny was going to put his light squared bishop.
And he just took it out to d7 in the end. Pretty much it's the only real square on that diagonal, isn't it? So that makes sense. Knight d3, queen d4, rook fd1.
I still quite like the idea of trying to put it on b7, to be fair, because I think that bishop on d5 is a monster.
True. Okay, so Mickey plays a5 to... I guess Danny had a freeing idea of b5.
Yeah, see, this is what, instead of bishop d7, it might not have been any good, but I liked b5.
Just b5 straight away.
Yeah, with the idea of putting the bishop on b7 instead and just getting rid of that really dominant bishop.
Yeah. Could be good.
Yeah, that's what I would have played. I mean, white's probably still a bit better because but it's just like this bishop was just too dominating. Yeah. But yeah, he did this weird stuff instead.
Oh, bishop g4.
I like a5, and Mickey's playing really well, actually. It's a shame Mickey lost to Luke and didn't find the draw.
Presumably Danny cannot take on c2 here. Just too dangerous for that queen.
It looks like, yeah, Danny's having a tough time. I know Danny's really stressed about COVID at the moment, though, so he thinks that the tournament should have been cancelled. Because it seems to be like going around the chess community at the moment.
There does seem to be a lot about. The party's cancelled, isn't it? Or the dinner, whatever it was, party.
Which move are you up to?
I've just done 30 bishop g5. And I do quite like white's piece, like the knight in on d5.
The pieces seem harmonious, is how I was always told.
Yes, they do.
Knights on d5 are nice.
Yeah. Well, there's a bishop on c6.
Yeah, it does look a bit weird. I would kind of want that bishop on like d3 or f3 or something. d3 or, I don't know, maybe c4. No, bishop on c4 maybe. If I can move that bishop to c4... put pressure on f7 and then have the option of bringing it back to d3 if I opened up that diagonal. World Rapid and Blitz was cancelled in Kazakhstan and moved to Poland. Is that because of COVID?
Yeah, I think it is because of COVID. Yeah, I heard it had been cancelled, but I didn't know it had gone to Poland. That's interesting, very interesting. F5, Danny's played, so he's kind of breaking out now, which I think's a good idea for him, and just make that knight a little bit less secure there. So takes. It's quite a visual kind of piece. Those pieces, the rook on c4, queen on e4, knight on d5, bishop on c6.
It's weird because it almost looks good for black to have this bishop on f5 attacking the queen. It looks like you're sorting yourself out, but the computer just absolutely hates it.
Oh.
It thinks that white's plus 2.6 already.
Looks good to me, that bishop move, yeah. So queen drops back. So
Rook f7. Yeah, I don't understand. Because everything Danny's doing looks good. It looks like it's making sense, but...
Yeah. Rook f7. Queen c3. Bishop b6. Takes. Okay, so
yeah, he just grabs the pawn. So I guess he just defends against the attack. Oh, this is where, I guess, move 37, they said black. Danny sacked. But I wouldn't...
So now where's Danny's second? Bishop takes a3 is sacked. Okay.
So if we take...
Yeah, so if takes, rook f3 does look scary, to be fair.
Yeah, but then I guess maybe queen e1 or something, and then you cover f1 and you cover g3.
So Mickey just calmly ignores it. But you could still take on... If you take on g2, he could take on g2 if he really wants to sack. But the king then defends the f-pawn and black doesn't...
Yeah, so now if we take on g2, when you take, you can't, like, take on...
can't follow up with taking on gets his bishop back, so fair enough.
But he did get a pawn back for it.
Yeah. It's now just 4 pawns each, and black's got the bishop pair, and so if white doesn't prove anything much, then black's fine. You've got the b pawn will be nice in an endgame, won't it? Just because it can go quite quickly.
Yeah.
So king h8. King h8 the computer does not like at all.
I mean, what else do you play? Oh wait, it's saying it's dead equal until king h8.
Yeah.
So what's the move? That is the question.
What is the move?
I mean, the threat's rook a8, right?
Yeah. Oh, maybe king h8 doesn't make that any better, if you see what I mean.
Oh, it actually makes things worse because then you can't even take. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he did it. So maybe
I'm just gonna check and see what it says.
Something else.
Rook c8. I guess because we're threatening bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick's heartbroken because Danny's gonna lose.
Oh.
Bless you. Okay, we do this, and then because we're threatening that, white has to play knight b6, and then you just play rook c to c7, and then black's actually doing okay.
So rook c8's the move. Okay.
But I mean, that would have been difficult to find. But yeah, king h8. So unfortunately, he allows this stuff. And then this is where you said he gave up a rook.
Oh, okay. So rook takes f3 here. I guess he's just under a lot of pressure, so...
It's just desperado, isn't it? I'm just trying anything.
Mind you, the computer doesn't mind it here. I'm on 43, queen b4. The computer's sort of fine with it.
Yeah, after queen b4, the computer's like plus 0.9, and then after rook takes f3, it's like plus 4.4. Yeah. So evidently, Danny thought he had to do stuff when he didn't. But I mean, to be fair, plus 0.9 for Mickey... Yeah, when he has more time, that's probably enough for a win anyway.
Yeah, and Danny's maybe thinking there's chances of a draw, a perpetual here, but I guess it's not.
Oh, it did go to plus 0.5. What's Danny missed? E4 check. Oh my god! Instead of bishop f5, e4 because Mickey has to give back the queen.
Oh. E4 check. Why does
move 48?
I'm there. Yeah, E4 check.
Because if you go queen takes, then there's bishop f5.
And what about if king takes?
Bishop f5 anyway, and then maybe we get our perpetual. Yeah, then there's a perpetual. Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Oh gosh.
I mean, to be fair, that's really difficult to see anyway, even without the time pressure.
Especially with time pressure, yeah. And bishop f5 is such a natural move.
Yeah, but that's beautiful because so queen takes, bishop f5. Okay, like, white still has some play with a rook, a bishop, and a knight, but now the perpetual seems even more likely. But yeah, bishop f5.
Okay, and so now black... I'm up to 49, queen c6. So takes the bishop, but is down here.
Yeah, he has 3 pawns for it, but
Yeah. Queen A2, G3.
There's going to be some kind of checkmate somewhere.
Even this looks, yeah, if there isn't, it looks promising.
But
it's, yes, okay.
Danny resigned, I guess. He had less time and...
Yeah, now these pieces are in.
If king e2, bishop g4, then what? Is that after e4 check? Here. King e2 here.
So e4 check, king e2.
Bishop g4. King has to go to f2. And then there's queen c2.
Queen f4? Queen...
There's a knight.
Queen
c2, then queen d1, then queen e2. We like diagonally check.
So king g3.
Queen d3. We still do this diagonal thing.
Queen d3. Okay, and he can't take the bishop.
Queen f3, and then
bishop. Queen f.
King h4 g5.
King h4 g5, and the tables are turned.
No, I don't think Mickey would fall for that. But yeah, that's really unfortunate for Danny. He's having such a tough time because he did well to fight back. But yeah, it's a shame he missed e4.
Yeah,
that would have been really, really nice if he'd found that.
Yeah. Okay, there's one game still going on. Should we check that out? Andy Horton.
Yeah, and then after that's finished, I want to go back and see how Gawain and Luke both managed to win.
Yes.
Also, to be fair, there's an instructive rook and pawn endgame in the Lawrence John game. But
look at this one. It's a bit of a...
Oh, wow.
A bit of a pawn, a bit of a blocked pawn structure here. But
Black does have this A and B pawn.
Yes. If only White had the other one more pawn to block, then it'd be one of those kind of weird positions where no one can make any progress.
But yeah, I suspect that.
So now, what? Take on A. What happens if you take?
If you take. He didn't want to for some reason.
And he's gonna. Queen D2 looks scary, doesn't it?
Oh, I guess if Bishop takes A4, there might have been some Rook A8. Or Queen A5.
This can't be good. Queen D2.
Mate in 11, according to Eve Alba. I don't think it's actually going to be a mate in 11, but...
He played it instantly.
I suspect he's just checking for a bit to gain some time.
Yeah.
It's mate in 3 now. Both players are playing instantly.
Black's in, and that's...
Black's just going to take the pawns. He doesn't have time to try. Yeah, White resigned. So that's good for a meet though, because you've got an Amit supporter.
Yeah, we do. We have Rock Troll is an Amit supporter.
Is he a Frozen fan by any chance?
I don't know. He lives out in Vietnam.
Because
and so it's always much later there. So I don't know whether he'll still be on.
Well, rock trolls are creatures from Frozen.
Oh,
there are those things that can like take your memories.
Oh.
Nick believes in Danny. Nick, maybe send Danny a message telling him you believe in him. Tweet out your support because he'll appreciate that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go back and see how Gawain finished it off. That's okay. After G6. Because this is like a good advertisement for an opening that I love playing.
Yes. So we had the rook was on G3, wasn't it?
Yeah, so rook G3, then knight C6 was played.
Knight C6, yes. And okay, and White played... Oh.
Wait, was this where... This is where I wanted to play Queen H5, wasn't it? But he didn't.
Yeah, he did not. He did the similar sort of thing, as in putting a piece on prise. He did Bishop F5.
But I liked Queen
H5. So
H5.
Yeah.
I mean, the computer likes both.
Likes both. Yeah.
I really want to know if he considered bishop takes h2 though, and why he rejected it.
I know. It looks really nice, doesn't it?
It's where I wish we were like live in person, and we could go talk to them.
Yeah.
I have to try and persuade them to come on tomorrow, I reckon.
Let's see what we can do. Bishop f5, rook c7, queen d3. So could he have gone queen h5? Maybe he didn't want
I mean, I preferred the queen coming to
Could.
h5 at some point, but...
Could. Maybe he felt queen d3 was safer. I suppose it's the same idea, right? Just to take on g.
I guess the difference is that in this line, you might have an idea of going queen h6 and rook h3.
Yeah, for sure.
So like you probably have to respond to queen h5 with something like rook e8, but then you really weaken stuff.
Rook e8. Oh, computer does not like that one.
Well, yeah, we take on g6 or f7. Either of them probably. I like g6.
Yeah.
Looks more to the point.
Yeah.
Okay, he chose queen d3.
Queen d3. And Marcus, I guess to stop knight g6, played knight e5. Takes.
Okay, so if we go rook e8.
Here?
Instead of knight takes e5. The idea is that we're just trying to clear another space for our king.
So rook e8.
Oh, you can't even take twice on g6 because f4 drops. Yeah, because without the rook there aren't any good discoveries with the bishop, like to be able to force the king to h8.
Yeah. So if you're doing it, you'd have to take with the bishop first then. But no, the computer doesn't.
But then maybe you take... Oh, you've got rook g7. Oh, because also the knight's not attacking f8. So it's also kind of vaguely prophylactic that when there's a piece on g6, it's not attacking.
Yeah, and you haven't got knight f7 ideas anymore either. So it's yeah, the earlier bishop h7's clearer, isn't it?
Yeah, so maybe rook e8 was an improvement. Yeah, Stockfish likes rook e8.
Okay.
But yeah, knight e5.
Both takes.
Takes. Bishop c5. Yeah, now because we don't have any issues with losing this bishop. e6, I like that.
e6 looks really nice now, doesn't it? E6.
That's very to the point, yeah.
Yeah.
Pre Malone, hello, long time no see. It's nice to see you here. We've been going for 4 hours at this.
Oh gosh, we should maybe take a little. Happy to take a break if you'd like to.
Yeah, maybe we go through the last few games from this round and then stop for today.
Yes, let's do that.
And come back tomorrow.
Let's do that.
Bishop d6. Yeah, he grabs f7. Oh, and now he gets bishop takes g6. So we get a piece sack at some point.
H7 there you are, and you can't actually recapture that because.
Well, if you take, then you take with the rook.
You can't take at all.
Wait, after bishop takes g6.
Oh, sorry. I was on bishop.
Same bishop g6. If you take, there's rook takes, and we fork the king and queen.
Yeah, bishop takes g6.
Rook g7. And then bishop h7. Yeah, and then you can't take because the rook's pinned, and the king can't take because the queen's there. Yeah, this looks like so. Yeah. He's grabbed 2 pawns and still has an attack.
Yeah. Queen f4.
Bishop back to g6. Queen f4.
Okay, so rook c1 counterattack.
Rook e1 is very instructive, bringing your last piece into the game.
Yeah. And so it takes bishop c8, rook e8 check. Rook G8.
So you're gonna have some forced thing. Queen. This is nice because of Queen C3.
Recheck is better than what I was going to do. D4.
Yeah, this is why Green's got 2600, 2700, and we're like 2000.
And Queen takes, and so now White's a piece up, and does still have C1 covered as well.
Yeah, King G7, Bishop D3.
Fine. Excellent. Okay, so any more that you wanted to see on these?
Shall we, just before we finish, quickly look at how Luke finished Ravi off, and then whiz through Lawrence John, and then we'll finish up for today.
Yeah. Okay. So we got somewhere because I've got some analysis here. I think we got quite far with this, didn't we?
Yeah, we got to.
So we had.
Because it's when I suggested.
Yeah. And you were suggesting Queen E4 check, which could have been stronger there. And so 36 Bishop G5.
Yeah.
Was what Luke did. Bishop B4.
Queen H4.
Okay, Queen H4.
Yeah,
so
he wants to try and swap because he's a pawn up, right? Yeah, he's a pawn up. So if he swaps queens off, then
yes. Let me just go back to. Was that the end? Queen H4.
You might need to refresh. There's reload board if it's not caught up with it. We still got a lot of decisive games again, though. Only one draw. Wait, Lawrence is the only one getting any draws.
Ah, yeah. Okay, Queen H4. So sorry, Queen G7. Knight G3, breaking the pin.
Yeah, makes sense. B6, trying to give his king some space.
But
then Luke just untangles his pieces. A4. Yeah. I think I like that. I don't really know if I like that or not. I'm conflicted. On the one hand, it looks quite nice to solidify that pawn, but on the other hand, if A6 is going to happen anyway, could this pawn become weak? Can we do something with our pieces instead?
Quite like that, cementing that pawn on B5 because it stops the king coming out any further, and it's sort of.
Yeah, it's whether you wait for them to play A6 before you play A4.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you have time to go what about knight F4?
Knight F4, he does. And AB, knight F8.
I mean, he played it after. I meant instead of A4, but I was trying to get.
Yeah.
Okay, A4, A6, knight F4, AB. I guess it just transposes to what might have happened.
Yeah.
Knight F8. Bishop E7. Oh, this is just absolute domination of his pieces, isn't it? That's a really, really nice move, Bishop E7.
I didn't see Bishop E7. Yes, that's yeah. Trying to swap off that.
Well, it's obviously threatening.
Just get the queen in, isn't it?
Yeah, because the point is, if the bishop takes after queen takes, they're in check. They have to move somewhere, but then potentially we might take on E6 at some point, right? I guess, or maybe queen D6, queen C6, queen. Yeah, we might eventually win B6 board.
And of course, if the bishop sides it, which he does, then Luke just played bishop D6, and still the queen can use that square to come in on E7.
Yeah, D8 and E7. So he takes on F4, and this is really instructive. Instead of recapturing.
He doesn't even recapture. He just
goes for the checkmate. I mean, probably he's still winning. That is nice, isn't it?
Because Queen B8 will be mate in one.
I reckon if he recaptures, he's still better. But yeah, that's really, really nice. Queen D8, not recapturing, going for the kill. We want the king.
Yeah, because if Black captures on G3, you'd not recapture for a second time in a row and just go Queen B8, mate.
Yeah, to be 2 pieces down, but you got the king.
And this is still going to be... Wait, what is the mate?
Wait, so after knight D7 and queen C7.
Queen C7. Then it's going to be... What is the actual checkmate?
Oh, queen C8, queen A6.
Queen C8 and queen A6 is checkmate. So king A8.
And then if knight b8, we obviously take it.
It's just, yeah. And checkmate.
More puzzle rush tactics.
Nice, wasn't it? That was nice.
Yeah, I like that finish, actually. That was a lot cooler than we could have expected. Yeah, we looked at Mickey and Danny, we looked at Gwen. We looked at the ending for Meat beating Andy. We just like quickly take on. We don't need to necessarily go over the whole game.
Yeah, let's see.
But
that one was, what was that? That is a Caracan. E4,
yeah.
6. But Lawrence sidesteps a bit with knight c3, d5.
Yeah, Lawrence is playing. I think all of his openings. None of them have been mainline stuff, right?
Mainline at all, is it? No.
No.
E6. And when he gets this pawn set up that you like, Zoe, with the E6 and C6 and D5.
Maybe I should take up the carrow.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should. Here.
But yeah, normally I like the setup without allowing E5, to be fair. Yeah. I take back on E4 when they go E5.
That E5 does cramp it all, doesn't it? It's kind of, you get the knight's going away from the king side. And
but yeah, what I predicted for this game is I said if Lawrence wants to win, he needs to try and get something out of the opening because John's been playing these like passive stuff.
Yeah.
But then Lawrence has been playing kind of sideliney type things himself.
Yeah. Queen G3, A6.
Actually looks like John played the opening better this time, in my opinion.
Looks quite... Actually, although the moves were unusual, it sort of looks like a normal position.
Yeah, you see it.
Like a French defense, really.
A weird move order, but
yeah,
kind of standard position. I like White's position. It suits my style better, but I think John played it better than he did the other two games. Oh, knight takes d5.
Threatening. If takes, threatening.
Well, he did take, and he went e6.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like White's doing great here.
Yeah, because if the queen gets taken, just take on d7 check. So
yeah. So although we haven't actually won material, we've exchanged queens, and then this d pawn's really weak. White just has a really nice position. So it's unfortunate he didn't convert this, to be fair. I actually think I quite like to cheer Lawrence on. I don't really know much about him. I know some of the chat were...
Oh, he's nice. Lawrence is nice. So is John. They're both nice. That's the problem, isn't it, with the English chess, but they're all nice.
I have a feeling John might have been... Was John the one that, like, insulted me slightly on stream?
He would have. John, he would have said... Because when I was a teenager, what did he call me? Hubristic, and I didn't even know what it meant. I was at a league match, and he said, "Yeah." And my parents were there, and he called me hubristic, and I was like, "What on earth does that mean?" And it's overweening pride, and it was because I turned down a draw, I think. But he doesn't. He doesn't mean anything by saying.
Because I know you were streaming with him before. I think during Europeans and stuff when I was watching. Yes. And he was quite. Yes.
And if he doesn't like a move, he'll.
Yeah, he's quite harsh.
Say it. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he's obviously like well established, very strong player. We've got some really good players in England. It's a shame that the whole world has strong players, to be fair. Yeah, I like his position. Hubris is similar to Chutzpah. No idea what any of that means. Yeah, because if you look at the final position, it was basically a rook and pawn and game a pawn up. But
so you just recapture with the bishop here. So that's how this all works. And so White's a pawn up.
Yeah. But then it's like not that simple. It's a shame. It looks like, to be fair, a very, very high class game for a rapid game.
Yeah.
This is the sort of thing that's like high level chess. And honestly, actually, I think anyone watching this could learn a lot from looking at this game in depth. I know that Natasha and I have been streaming for over 4 hours now, and we met up an hour before that to work out the setup. So we won't go into too much detail, but
we can't explain the intricacies right at this stage.
Yeah, if any of you want a high level game to look at, I think this one overall will probably be quite instructive. But I just wanted to see what happened and get to the end game because...
Yes.
Yeah, it just looks like really, really high-level chess, in all honesty. It's weird because there aren't really any brilliancies. There's no massive attack, but then it just feels like one of those things where both people are playing so well.
You can't really make something like. I'd be surprised if White can make something.
Oh my god!
What?
Move 54. He missed a win. Even I can see that. To be fair.
Ooh. Let's get there.
Lawrence. Yeah, even I can see. I mean, it helps having you. It's quite an obvious one, to be honest.
Wait. So what? So White. Right, where's the win? Takes. Knight Rook H7 is just a winner.
Yeah, because we trade off the. It's just a winning king and pawn in game, right?
It's just a winning king and pawn. Absolutely right. It's just a winning king and pawn because
you can even play G4, right?
Yeah. Gosh.
That is disappointing to miss that. To me, that seems really
both
obvious.
Both players kind of missed it, really, right? Both players did.
That seems really, really obvious to me. But I mean, as I said, like we're looking at it from a commentary point of view. Yeah. We're not under pressure and everything, but that's devastating for Lawrence. I wonder if he realised afterwards.
He will when he watches back the stream.
But does he watch streams?
Oh, I don't know if he'll be watching back.
Oh, that's a shame. I was going on about how this was such a high-class game, no mistakes. Oh, that's unfortunate. But okay, he was in the adrenaline of the moment, obviously trusted, but just missed this intermezzo of trading off that. And now I think it's just a dead equal.
Oh, no.
Like, Rook and 2 against 1 like that is just equal, isn't it? You can't ever...
That was funny, because I was just saying, oh yeah, there's no way anyone can make anything of this. And then there's a win there.
But this is quite instructive. They reach a Philidor type position, right? This is really instructive for people because it's actually a Philidor, exactly as you see in the books. So to defend this as black, you see how black's like cut off the 6th rank. And the idea is that the king can't come forward. So to make progress, white has to push the pawn. And as soon as they push the pawn, we bring the rook back to the 1st rank so we can check from behind.
Check.
So yeah, any of you watching who have looked into Philidor position and want to know anything about, you can watch, if you go back to like the point where basically there was 1 pawn each. Yeah, so from about move 65 or so, you can see how black went about setting up a Philidor position. You've lost this from black. Lots of people lose this from black. If you don't know, if you know it, it's really easy. But if you don't and you're in time pressure. But basically the idea is that it's really, really important to come and cut off the 6th rank. And as soon as the pawn goes, we come to the 1st rank where we can check. And then it's just a draw. Yeah, passive defense on the 8th rank's losing, exactly. Differential forms, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Interesting name, is that mathsy related at all?
Sounds mathsy, doesn't it?
I like differentials, actually. Differential equations and stuff, like 1st order, 2nd order differential equations, I really liked.
Very nice.
And differentiation in general. It's just integration that annoyed me. Oh, they're a mathematician. Exciting. We like maths.
We do. I was watching last night my my son's computer lectures. He was catching up on his computer lectures. Like throwing exceptions and all this kind of stuff. I was learning a whole load of new stuff.
Yeah. Well, is he at university then?
He's just started. He's in his 1st term. So he's quite lucky kind of COVID-wise because last year I think was a bit of a washout for university.
Yeah. Which university is he at?
He's at Cambridge and doing
wow.
computers, yeah.
That computer science at Cambridge, that's really difficult course to get onto.
Yeah, so he's enjoying so far. Enjoying life. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Yeah.
Okay, right. So I think we've seen all the games this round. Next, we're going to stop, I think.
I think we've been streaming quite a long time. But I mean,
going a while. The next round is going to be Amit against Danny, Ravi against Mickey, John against Luke, Marcus against Lawrence, and Andy against Gawain. So another thriller, but they're all thrillers. So
yeah.
So do keep your eye on that. And and we will be back at some point.
Tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, thanks to everyone who's come and watched. I've just left the pairings up on my stream for now for you to take a look at the ones that are up and coming. As I said, if you go on chess.com, you can watch all of the games on the events page and see yourself. And if you're active on Twitter, cheer the players on, let us know which games you think are interesting and stuff. Because I guess if we start a bit earlier tomorrow, we might have time to recap a couple of the games from rounds 4 and 5, if there's any really interesting ones. Yeah. So if anyone finds any really interesting games from round 4 or 5 that you want us to go through, then let us know on Twitter. Yeah. And if we have time either before or between, then we can take a look at them.
Excellent. All right. Thanks everybody very much for your comments in the chat, and thanks everybody very much for watching.
Yeah. Thank you everyone, and hopefully see you all tomorrow.
See you.